We gonna go right into it. All right. All right. Let's see. All right. What it do? What it do? Pseudo Killers is on deck. We doing a Friday night show. Very powerful show. We're gonna call this Friday Night Research History. All right. We have the brother Chuck Morgan is going to present his research on the ancient Sumerian civilization. I guess a brief history and an overview of their language. But without further ado, Unc, you can come in and introduce the show.
Well, ain't nobody in here yet, yo. So let's wait. You speed 100 miles an hour.
Yeah,
Slow
because
that
we
train
get
down.
right into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, slow that train down. Let some people get up in here, man. Man, got Chuck Morgan through, man. It's gonna be a good show tonight, man. Real educational, um, based off of accuracy. And the presentation and the conversation is definitely gonna go against the pseudo claims that's been rolling around our community for years. Yeah. So yeah, man, let me just, light it in there, man. Before I even get it started, man, some people in the chat, man, see who in there. Let them pile up in there, man. All right. Call some people out. The late show, 42, was good. Omar Reed, I see you, man. What it do? Flavor, what's up with you? Mongo Slade. Yeah, you know what it is, man. Yeah, get it going, man. Bennett, what's up with you? Yeah, we're gonna get the rolling until we get enough people here to really get it rolling, man. We're gonna get it going, man. Get it going, man. It's gonna be a real good show, man. I see you, Malcolm, man. Pseudo Killer official, man. How you doing, bro? Good to see you, man. Good to see you in the flow, man. You know what it is. Psychological shackle breakers. What's up, man? What's good? All right, we up to 20, man. Let's let the thing climb, man, before we even get into it. Right? You had to read you that opening there, Chef Fennell. We're gonna get enough in here, man. We're gonna get it going, man. Get it going, man. What you been doing, Cedric? How your show been coming along? You on mute. Can't hear you on mute. My fault. You on mute. Go ahead. I'm mute. Go ahead. How your show been going, Cedric?
It's been going wonderful. Yeah, I produce a local morning show, and shout out to Pseudo Killers and the family every morning.
Yeah.
And I just bring the family some news, and I try to give them always education, bring them something new, some perspective that they haven't thought about before. And of course, I try to sneak bits of scientifically literate stuff in there, get my community thinking about atheism in another light, getting spookism out the door. It's running rampant up in these streets. And again, what I've seen and noticed is in the conscious community, a lot of us put the Bible down, but we pick up something else. We do not fundamentally change the way we think. And that has always been a problem. And the pseudo killers has now officially shifted the paradigm. There's no more escape. You cannot bring any pseudo nonsense into the community. It will be sniped out, it will be identified, and it will be exposed. Everybody be aware. That's just what it is.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's where we at, man. We gonna go ahead. Yeah, that's where we at. We right. I like to say, man, we right where we supposed to be at.
That's a fact.
Yeah,
We're right where we're supposed to
yeah.
be at. It's 2022. It's time we let go of regressive thinking, and we confuse how we're supposed to use history. History is only a tool to let me know where I am in time and space as it relates to my immediate reality. It doesn't require me on any grounds whatsoever to try and relive the past. So that we got people all dressed in white in the middle of Harlem as if they never saw the sun come up, humming, 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 humming. We got people in my community still going to a church and practicing cannibalism and have every means and ways of defending that nonsense to me. It is time we stop living in the past. We space age Africans. We are looking to understand our reality by traveling to space. And these people want us to go back into the bushes and be scared of the wind and has to make fire and pray to 7,000 gods because we don't have any water to drink. I can't do it. Can't do it.
No, you
Can't
can't do it. Nobody can't do it, man. I
can't do it.
know. Yeah, I know. For me, man, it's been an interesting journey, man. I think the show kind of bring things into perspective, man. And we just want to, make people feel comfortable and not believing, because this is really the crux of pseudoisms is the believing brain, right? And I'm glad Chuck is coming through, right? Chuck been through a similar experience, and although that's not what the show is about, it's still about actually transforming your brain, the way you think, okay, in a manner that would allow you to start to see things in terms of some semblance of scientific literacy that help you through the educational process about who we really are. So as we, as we look right back in the past, and we look at the teachers that was teaching a certain information, the more scientific literate we got, the more we start to realize the mistakes they was making, right? And the more we realize who was actually giving us pseudo claims, right? Who is actually giving us a false sense of security about Africa, okay? And who was just wrong on some things, but was still fighting to tackle the issue, with the natural sciences. We can clearly see that now. And so we'll lose friends along the way. Now, I don't understand that, because, what you believe or what you eat don't make me shit. So, I Christians in my family, Muslims, pseudos in my family, and we still sit down and eat. But it seems we got people promoting narratives, right, that will push certain individuals in different directions, and I don't understand that. So I actually don't have a problem with anybody. We hear the false narrative, but I'm not even going to get that. I'm not going to get everybody hyped up today on that. But no. I'm gonna definitely address that head on. Go ahead. What was you ready to say? For your hand fall off.
Scientific literacy contributes to being less emotional about information. Why? We can change our minds. We realize that the information and the knowledge doesn't make me who I am. I am not tied to the information, and engaging in the scientific process allows me to change my mind. So I do not identify with the information. It isn't part of who I am. But when you believe things, it is part and parcel of who you are. Your identity is made up partly of what you believe. So when we challenge belief systems, people feel personally attacked, and you get these emotional response and these videos that are full of straw man, red herrings, and appeal to emotions. That's what you're gonna get. It is a key indication that we're not dealing with knowledge, but we're dealing with belief. It is tied directly to these individuals' identity. That's the difference between being scientifically literate and having a belief.
Like we went to school with the Dogon tribe. Don't say nothing about. Come on, man. Like everybody got to knock it off, man. Yeah, we got to knock it off. So let's knock that off, man. So where you at, Chef and L? I gotta keep Chef engaged, man. Chef will disappear. Chef, he's out of there, man. All right, man. So let's go and get this thing cracking, man. Let's get it going, man. Y'all know what it is, man. It's Pseudo Killas on deck, man. We're here, man, and we getting it in. Brendan, what's up with you, man? Pseudo Killer official, man. What it do? What it do? What it do? What's good with you, man?
Oh man, welcome to the show, everybody. Happy Juneteenth to the family, right? Happy Juneteenth, right? This is this is actually the second year our business celebrated Juneteenth. This is actually an official holiday over on our side. So we're actually having this is gonna be a long weekend for me. So hopefully everybody's sort of enjoying that. Gearing up for the weekend, having some relaxation, and I'm looking forward to the show. Again, it's been a busy week for me. My voice is on the fritz here. I'm drinking some tea, but I'm really looking forward to listening in on the brother Chuck Morgan's information.
Definitely.
All right, man. You drinking some tea. I hope you drinking tea by Tiffany. Shout out to Miss Tiffany. Man, go to her website, man. Hey, put that website in there, moderators. Tea by Tiffany. Make sure y'all do that. Concrete Corey, where you at? Cosmic Corey, where you at, man?
Peace. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Man. What it do? What it do? What it do?
Not much, man. Looking forward to a good show, man. Brother Chuck always provides some good information, so it's always a treat to listen to what he got to say. It's also a treat to have him on the Pseudo Killas. I think this is his first time on the show. He's been on the Real Bad Atheist, obviously, a number of times, but I believe this is the first time he's been on the Pseudo Killas. So I like to welcome the brother on the show. And like I say, I'm looking forward to a good show. It's been a decent week for me, man. Me and my wife celebrated our 15th anniversary, so shout out to my wife. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, shout out to the
years.
wife.
Well,
Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank y'all.
That's some work. How many years is it again?
15 years married. I think we've been together for, I don't know, probably 20 years or something like that. But shout out to her for dealing with me, man, for all of these years. You gotta be tough. Yeah, pretty tough to deal with.
Yeah, I can imagine being up front and center on the Cosmic Rants live. I can imagine that. Shout out to your wife, man, and just shout out the Black love period, and just being an example of being together and working through all the issues, the ups and the downs, because that's what that is. Absolutely, and that shows. That work y'all have put in over the years, man, to develop that family. That's important. And that's real. Where you at, Chef L? Where you at? Chef L, what it do? What it do? Man, you tapped out, man. All right. So y'all know what it is, man. A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woo-hoo-wee, man, y'all already know what it is, man. It's the Pseudo Killas on deck. Then we here to do, we got to do, and we're going to do, we got to do. We standing tall, we standing strong. Pseudo Killas on deck. Yeah, man, look, man, we got a powerful guest tonight. Man, a friend of mine. We have been through similar experiences. All right, and I actually met him through his work. He was on a show, radio show, called Scripts Unlimited, the Mo Better Show. Powerful show, and the show was basically about bringing your scriptures to the table. And every week I would listen to it. Brother Chuck would come in. He would use all types of scriptures. So right there, I was like, well, that's interesting, right? Whether it been the Etahasis, the Inimai Leash, you know what I'm saying? The Bible, the Quran, right? He brought all scriptures. I don't even think that that show itself was even made for that. When they were saying scriptures unlimited, they was talking about the biblical scriptures, right? Chuck was saying scriptures. Scriptures is simply people's sacred and divine writing, and everybody has that. So that frame of mind being pushed into that situation was very interesting for me. And I learned a lot about the biblical text and different scriptures that Chuck would bring every week. And he ended up banging it out so much that they just kept him on there. And it was a serious show. I like to get some of them tapes, right? I got some, but they don't even make tapes no more, right? I like to get that on CD. What is it? DVD? What? Not even the DVD. The CDs, right? So the point I'm making here is that this brother been putting it together for a while, and he clearly understands what a cult is. He clearly understands what it takes to make sure you don't be in that situation, because he was there. So, Brother Chuck, man, I appreciate you coming through on the platform, man. Just here to get this in. Our conversation is going to be about Sumer. And the running theme of the community that the Sumerians was Black. We're going to adjust that. We're also going to address not only the Blackness of Sumer, the Africanness of Sumer, and the Africanness of his language, if it isn't. And it's going to be a healthy conversation to break some of those old stereotypes that we kind of have carried forward. We've carried forward a lot of stereotypes and misinformation. We carried forward with Dogon thing. We've carried on the ancient Egyptian nonsense. We carried on the overall overemphasizing and underemphasizing history. And this got to stop. For us to truly move forward in what we think we want to do, man, we just need the truth, man. We don't need your Africa or that Africa or her Africa or the cult leader Africa. We need the history that Africa has given us. These beautiful people that show up first on planet Earth. We need to hear their real story. And so we getting at that around here. So hold on, button up, get your popcorn. Where you at, Brother Chuck Morgan? What it do?
What's happening, brother?
I can't see your camera on.
You ain't got to see me, man. What's up?
Hey, man,
I appreciate that introduction. Glad to be back in these YouTube streets as it goes. Yeah. So my beginning thing goes back to the Mo Better Man show, which aired in Washington, D.C. and Baltimore. Mm-hmm. Of course, the whole corridor of Virginia as well. Yeah. But there were no limited scriptures on my part as far as I was concerned. There's certain things we couldn't bring in because you say, well, we don't know anything about that.
Yeah, it was a mind shift though, but that was a mind shift for me. It was helping me get out of the position I was in, just the way you did that though, brother. So let's dig right in. What got you interested in actually coming at the topic of Sumer? Like what made you dig in? Somebody must have shook you wrong somewhere along the line, bro, for you to go that hard. I know how you do, Chuck.
Actually, no. Back in the late 70s, as we get out of school, we would come home and, watch the different TV shows on Channel 20 in DC. And, one of my favorite shows at the time was Gilligan's Island. And so there was an episode is where the professor or Gilligan found some tablets that washed up on the shore. And the professor, the character goes, he understood them to be ancient cuneiform writing. And he had made reference to that. And that was my introduction into any inkling of what a cuneiform was. Of course, cuneiform is just a wedge writing. And the way that he was presenting it on the show, I found it interesting. And whenever I heard that word cuneiform and then all the different groups that were associated with it that utilized that writing system, I'm starting to see a multiple of different groups. So it wasn't until I started getting involved with the whole York thing that my interest started to intensify because I had already started, reading up on Zechariah Sitchinson's writings, and some of the brothers that I had known, they was like, dude is on some other stuff, you know. I used to hang out with Steve Coakley, and he was making talking about how the dude was off a bit. Some of the things is well, I forget what he called it, but he was just critiquing it, and I kind of put that to the side because I had taken my hiatus at the same time, with York and them, and so it wasn't until I'd say about a year ago that I really started to go into it and study the language itself. Um, a year ago, I did a presentation on the Garfield show. The Sumerians, were they black? And that was, in my research, it took about a year to put that together, about a year, a little more. And, you know, I thought it was pretty good. You know, I put it out there, and it was a thing is where you, the consumer, you, the viewer, you decide based on the presentation and the volume of evidence that I'm presenting, you decide what the conclusion is as far as you're concerned. And I was already pretty much convinced based on that evidence that I was able to uncover, um, looking for listening to the various arguments that supported the idea, and it's just going through it in depth. So that I just did this thing, just took a break from that whole cult stuff for the most part, and
How you manage
it,
that,
it
Chuck?
listen, after you have been doing this stuff since what 2011, I'm
Mhm.
kind of tired of even talking about New York, but I'll do it for those that need it. Any information, I'll supply it. If they got debates, I'll do it. But because that was something that was always of interest to me when I was a kid, I was like, oh, okay, I can get into it. Now, I had briefly tried to study the Egyptian language, which is, in unto itself is cool, but my interest was more in Sumerian particularly, and because everybody else, for the most part, were in that area of Kemet, I was like, let me go here because it's a fresh territory. The slate is clean, and let me go up here because this is something that I've been fascinated with ever since a kid. And so I've been gaining some ground. I've made some connections with people who help me out, enrolled in classes, and doing certain things. So I'm a baby in this stuff, and it's going to take years, I think. You know, because you got to do that, and then you got to juggle your own time and all this other stuff. So, I'm just getting to the basics. I've gotten a pretty good grasp of the grammar and the history and etc. And so, down the line when I start doing other presentations, it'll be more advanced. Say a year from now, I'll be far more advanced than I am now as I was last year. So it's just a matter of applying yourself, and in a lot of the cases when it comes down to the various signs, memorization. My fascination is with the period under the third dynasty of Or, and my favorite of course is Gudea,
So,
who was
all
the
right. So, hold on. Stop right there. That's a good entry point, right? So, before we get to Gudea, I want to talk about the language itself. All right. I want to talk about, is it a so-called Bantu language? And that's the question everybody want to know. Okay, we got brothers around us that are actually saying that, and I couldn't find evidence for it, and I think it's important based off of your angle of study because you're studying it actually. I think this is good to have people that are actually studying from that position in Summa instead of looking at it from say like an Afrocentric viewpoint or African, you're looking at that way, and you're just the confirmation bias is vast, right? So I respect the fact that you actually have immersed yourself in that situation. Tigers, Euphrates River, in that area right there. Sumer has always interested me. We know for a fact that by the time you get your third dynasty, then you get the Acadians and the Gupta, all that start to come in, right? But I'm gonna ask you this question, and it's a few people in the community think is it any experts? Let's start with the experts first. I think this is important. What experts or supposedly experts, we'll figure it out, actually try to connect Sumeria to Bantu languages? Did you know of?
There were a few people in the early turn of the century, and then there's some people who advocated for that. There was a book. Let me see. Because I want to get the names right. Going back. Okay. When you say the experts, I haven't come across any actual serious Assyriologists that have made that connection.
Huh.
Okay, there have been individuals over the years that have put out various theories on the origins and linking it back with this group or that group, but as far as the experts are concerned, I haven't personally come across any serious linguists. There was an individual by the name, or there is an individual by the name of Graham. I just had his name earlier.
Yeah, look it up. I think
Campbell Dunn. Graham Campbell Dunn.
Mm-hmm.
He had a publication that talked about that, and I don't really know how to express it or put it in a way without.
Man, just say it, man. You on the Pseudo Killas, man. Just say it, man. We don't gotta do all that around here. We get straight to the conversation. We get straight to the conversation around here, man. Yeah, we just get straight to it. We don't got time for that. Yeah, we need to hear it. We need to flush it out our system, right? We need to know the difference. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, essentially, is his theories is it's based on the fallacy. It's cherry picked. It's false cognates. It's no history on the time frame of when, say, a term was used, where it's derived from, how the Bantu were able to get into a position is where, and for that matter, it may be specific, because if you're talking about a Bantu people, you got to be specific on who, where, which group, because then I'm looking at it like this. Okay, so if you're going to take a proto language, because proto languages are, hypothetical,
right.
And then you're going to apply it to a dead language, and you're expecting to yield absolute results. Now, if you're going to do it and you're going to come off on it's a theory, it's a hypothetical that we want to explore, by all means. You have that right, of course, if you have the proper funding, by all means. And then let the experts in that field go through it, lock, stock, and barrel. But I haven't found any supporting evidence of that. The two most prominent scholars on a postulated language or hypothetical Bantu languages was Carl Meinhof and Malcolm Guthrie. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And both, because I have this in a PowerPoint, both Meinhof and Guthrie reconstructed an original hypothetical language for the Bantu languages. Meinhof called his reconstructed language or Bantu, while Guthrie called it Proto-Bantu. And the origin of the Bantu languages cannot be determined with any certainty because there were no written records of the original language. Languages were carried over orally from one generation to the next. No orthography existed to record the spoken language. The absence of written evidence makes it impossible to trace the origins of the Bantu languages with any certainty. So, in the study of the development of the Bantu languages, the term Or-Bantu is the name given, of course, by Meinhof to the presumed or hypothetical original Bantu language, which he reconstructed using a collection of groups of cognate items from various languages. I got that from the Communication Dynamics in African Languages, University of South Africa, 2018. So to answer your question, if I didn't directly, there's no serious study in the field of connecting Sumerian to a Bantu language. I just haven't seen it. And from what people have presented that I have viewed, I find it, I personally, I don't see anything with it. I just see it more as just kind of almost playing on people who may not have a familiarity with the language or the grammar itself. Because once you start to explore some of the so-called cognates, you'll find a whole list of problems such as loan words, false cognates, cherry picking, because human beings, especially at an ancient time, as we go, with sounds, we had a tendency to make sounds that are very similar, and depending on how these sounds and how they were taken down or written in a record, because the Sumerians, that was one of their claims to fame is documentation. They kept a record of this stuff, but at the same time, their records is based on a group that dominated their society, which was the Akkadians. And then the Akkadians were eliminated and taken over by the Gutian, the people from the Zagros up in the mountain area, who were wild ass people, right? And it wasn't until we realized in the research that while all this chaos was going on down in Lagash, you had, society that was pretty much unscathed, because that was in the deep southern part of the marsh. And they were able to live, in relative ease, not so much caught up in the warfare that was going up in the far north. And by the time Urnammu had a campaign and organized the various groups in Sumer to rise up and remove the Gutians, by the time that was completed, that brought in what we know today as the Renaissance. And that was to bring Sumer back to its pristine state prior to the takeover
right there. Yeah, freeze right there.
The Gutians.
Yeah, freeze right there. Because I want to talk about this Renaissance era, right? But I want to talk about Herrnstein. Am I saying his name right? Yep.
Herrnstein.
Yeah, Herrnstein. This is where we actually run into some books. Now, I've read the works by Kramer, the Sumerians. You familiar with that? It's a good work, right?
Yeah, that was one of the first ones I read.
Yeah, right. Okay. But then there was these books that was $1.99, $1, right? Mm-hmm. You can get them for $1. And Herrnstein, am I saying it's not yet? Herrnstein, right? Black Sumer, Organ Civilization, and there's some claims made in that. So can you kind of go to the title of the book? Can you pull up that slide, right? And I want you to go into certain claims. I know there was an interview on Asar Hotep's channel, and Herrnstein started to talk about the hat was a bunch of nonsense, right? Nobody corrected that, right? So let's get into that. Let's dive right into the Herrnstein guy. Okay, I'm looking at him as being a straight pseudo, but how many of us did he get for that $1? Reading that information, right?
I don't know.
Crazy. And this is what I'm saying. Like, we gotta watch what we actually promoting. Okay, like just grabbing anybody because it fit our little square, our little black community square or conscious community square, and he's saying what we want to say. He done made thousands of dollars off that dollar. It was a hell of a scheme, right? But the work ain't right, right? So pull that slide up, Chuck. Let's get you. I think you got to cover the book. Let's talk about the statue, right? I see the statue behind you. That was my favorite statue. I'd have cussed you out 3 years ago saying it was a black man. It's a black statue. Let's go. Pull it up.
Oh, let me see if I can find it. Damn, because my thing ain't. I got a new computer because both my computers got shut down. I think somebody hacked me or something. I'm trying to get back to my main screen so I can share my screen. All right, there we go. All right, so let me bring this up. Then this is from last year, on the Garfield Dagger Squad channel. And shout out to the brother Garfield, my man, for giving me that opportunity. Okay, you see it on the screen?
Loud and clear, I can see it.
All right. So this section of the PowerPoint went into Brother Hermstein and some of his claims.
Wait, go to
the reason I put up
to the whisper in the book real quick, Chuck. We want to see the. We want to see the.
Damn, man, I'm on a roll here, brother.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just playing. Hold on, no, let me do that because I got this weird kind of mouse with a ball on it. I ain't never used one of these joints before. So let me pull up the cover of this joint. All right, there you go. Right here. That is the book, Black Sumer: The African Origins of Civilization, Herbert Hermstein. And this book was at one time it got kind of popular on YouTube because I saw people putting it up a lot. And at that time, I was like, hey, I wanted to get the book because, I didn't know anything about it. I just went by what I saw. And if this book purports to have some alternative viewpoint that has some evidence that's been, hidden for the most part, I'm willing to look at it. And that was the book. So I got it, went through it, say, okay, some interesting stuff in it. And because there's so many terms or there's so many words that's used, you got to go and take your time and go through each and every one of them things, And, to the lay person, the average person he's not necessarily going to go and do that because there's a process to doing this sort of research. Because number one, you have to be familiar with the grammar. You got to know what at least certain signs represent. You have to know the time period where these signs or languages started, words were innovated or taken and moved on to succeeding generations. Because that there were numbers of individual nations that lived in Mesopotamia and even on the surrounding areas that came in and took over that utilized that writing system. And then they, in that writing system, brought in their own language and then innovated the language. So when you see some people, they'll put up images of Neo-Assyrian period and claim that these are the Anunnaki or these are Sumerians for the most part. I say that because that's a catchy phrase I use. And that's not the case, So there's a specific time period that I like to focus on. And what I have learned over the years is people will say that this Neo-Sumerian period, that was when all those white images that people say are Sumerian. Let me give you an example. If you go back up, they'll focus. Oh, wait, here we go. Like boy, this mouse is going to take some getting used to. All right, so like the blue eye mutation that was in the PowerPoint. So they'll look at something like this. Since we go walking on the looker ship train, and so we'll look at this here.
Looker ship train.
Yeah, So when we see this type of thing, and you say Black Sumer, say, wait a minute, something's wrong here. Now I wouldn't have any problem with you saying that there were certain individual Africans or people of descent that may have occupied the region, interacted with the people. That this is not. I'm not saying otherwise. That is a possibility, of course. But when it comes down to the ruling class, who were allocating the system of grammar to the rulers and the scribes and the scribal schools, you know, and the choices that they use and how these words are supposed to be implemented in the recording of various histories of their time period, how they documented things in their time period, how they depicted themselves. All of those are relevant because I don't find Africans in the ruling class being in a position where they had that authority. Now, my question to people who are proponents of this theory is at what period in time did these Africans occupy Sumer? Which city state did they occupy that had the dominance to be able to implement your language or bits and pieces of it into the Sumerian language, or if it was the root of the Sumerian language? At what point did this take place? And the documentation to verify it. That is what will satisfy my curiosity, and then I'll have something I'll have a starting point, a ground zero to begin research in that area. I hear a lot of work correspondences and cognates and this type of thing, and that's not satisfactory because you just can't take a language and assume that based on that language that it's identifying a particular quote racial group. you know and for some people who may not want to go that route, they'll just take something as simplistic as, well, they referred to themselves as the blackheads, Sangiga, the Sangigians, you know. And I need to know, okay, when did they first refer to themselves as Sangiga? I said Sang because when we see it in transliteration, you see Sagiga, but there's a little when you look at it in translation, there's a little symbol that goes over that gives it the ing sound. Mm-hmm. So it's a sing. It's like a sing, sangiga. That was one of the first things I learned in class. And let me make this clear, and I want to do this in the opening, is that I am not an Assyriologist. I am not a Sumerologist. Mm-hmm. I am a person who is absolutely fascinated with the Sumerian society and culture and language, particularly with the their dynasty of Ur, Lagash. My favorite, of course, is Godea. And I'm just, a layperson. And this is just a little something that I do when I have time at work because, I work at a prominent resort and I have plenty of time overnight, which I'm going to give up later this year. And because we just got another business started. And I have up to 8 hours to just study. And that is an area that I put my interest in. And so all I'm doing is presenting the research that I was able to come up with, and I try to cover every angle, area, loophole to try to get to the bottom of this stuff, and in doing so, you talk to people, you're part of groups and classes and things, so you exchange numbers and emails or text messages, and I have some people who are learned Assyriologists who have publications and all that other good stuff. You touch bases and you just ask them questions. And just when not saying them just because they're who they are, I'm just going to hear what they have to say on the subject, and then we'll go from there. Spit the bones out. Somebody once said, and I work it from there. So as it pertains to this topic, I don't find any substantive evidence to support it.
So Chuck, yeah, I appreciate you actually making that distinction right there. I think for far too long, this community has promoted expertise by non-experts, and we have a rash of this going on. And it happened in the 2000s amongst Malachi Hill. He was the expert, right? And then you had people like Bobby Hemmett, Delbert Blair. They was the experts, and I came into the community, and everybody was a damn expert. And I wanted to show the community what the difference was. And it's been my whole mission to make sure these things weren't mixed up, because once it get mixed up, right, then the person will throw doctor on their name. I'm this. Just because you're well studied in a topic doesn't make you an expert. There are certain qualifications, and the question is asked. Well, then how can that person qualify? No, there's manner of doing business. Even if a person that works on concrete, you have to be proven and verified to be able to actually mix, pour concrete, right? Build bridges. You know, you're the expert. They don't just let anybody do it because you've been jaglagging it, right? You got to get tested in that field, right? To show and prove. So I think that's important that you actually said that. Did we talk about the bush on our favorite guy here that I swear was a black man?
So
hey, hold on though before we move right there, because I was kind of curious about the piece, everybody. The name they use, black-headed people.
Yeah.
Right. I know, because I've read Zachariah's book too, and I know I can't remember. It's been a while since I read that book, but I know he went a different route, and it didn't refer to him as a black-headed people. But what was the time frame? Because I when I read the book, I thought that was from the beginning. So so you're saying that name wasn't the original, like that name came about later on in the history? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah, it did.
Do you know what? Do you get like maybe a time frame? Are you familiar?
Yeah. Let's go through it. You still see the screen, right?
Yeah, we can see the screen.
All right. Let me try to get down, because this was a short PowerPoint I did for another show. The purpose of this PowerPoint is simple: is to bring some clarity and context to the use of the term Unsangiga, better known as the black-headed people. This name, blackheads, is currently used as an implication and as evidence that the ancient Sumerians regarded or called themselves black people.
You got to click on it, Chuck. We're on a different one.
You don't see it?
I think
I just see it.
You're reading for something different, I think.
I see Hammurabi.
Yeah, Hammurabi, Urnuma Vlagas.
Okay, so I didn't change it. Oh man, I'm sorry. Let me stop sharing this first and then come back. Okay. All right. Where you go? Okay. Whatever. Yeah, there it is. Sorry. Can you see it now?
Yeah, post date.
That's the one. All right. So I want to get right down to what you were asking, and get right to it. And you can write this down, because where is it at? Let me put it right here so you can see it for yourself. When the first time it was used, where it was used, the text that it was first used in, and go from there. All right. So let's go here. Let's see. All right. As we go down, there we go. Yeah, this should be right about here. All right. Okay. It's important to note that the Sumerians never gave a real definition of human beings. Instead, they describe human activities and his place in the world order. Getting out to this thing right here. So for the term Sangiga, we can consult its entry into the electronic Sumerian Pennsylvania Dictionary 2, because Sumerian Dictionary 1 is no longer updated, and it hasn't been updated for years. So at the top of the page, we'll give a list of the known spellings, syllabic and logographic, for the word in question, followed by a quick graph showing what time periods each was used underneath, there's a quick list of the time periods the word is first attested to. Each of its hyperlinks of where the text was used and can be read. All right. So I'm sorry, I'm using this weird mouse my girl gave me. All right. All right. So we can see that its earliest attestation as Sagig, Sagig too, because that's a term that's used in the seriology, so that they'll know, because of one syllable has like 10 different meanings. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, and on and so forth. So it's it's a text from the Or III period, which is the Renaissance period, also called the Neo-Sumerian Empire, a 22nd and 21st century BCE middle chronology. There's 45 texts which appears during the Old Babylonian period, 1 for the Middle Assyrian period, 3 for the Middle Babylonian, 5 for the Neo-Assyrian, and 1 for the Neo-Babylonian. And clicking on the hyperlinks opens a menu, the text, and so on and so forth. So let's go and look at it. So if you go to the if you go to the electronic Pennsylvania Sumerian Dictionary 2, of course, you'll click it and you'll see Sangiga, humankind. You'll see right here, if you look up, you'll see this is the first rendition of it for the Or III period, then Old Babylonian, Middle Assyrian, Middle Babylonian, etc., etc. And we see the spellings here, Sa-gi-ga, here, Sangiga. And then Sangig, Sangigiga, you have Sangikiga, and of course, Sangigor. Okay, so in looking at this, you'll see the various forms. Right here, this is the Or period. You have the first attestation of it. This is not during the early dynastic 3 period, the early dynastic B period, Ebla, the old Akkadian, second Lagash. This is the Or III period. This is the first rendition of it. That's when we find it. So if it was talking about Black people, then this picks up during the period of the Renaissance. Are they telling us that Negroes migrated into ancient Sumer at a time when these wild savages and killers known as Gutians had left the Zagros Mountains, came down, waged war on the Akkadians who had already put the Sumerians away and took over their society, right? Down in the southern tip or bottom of the Nile of the Levant of the marsh, these people were living. So someone has to explain, how did these Africans bring their language to that it became so significant that it became a part of that language itself? Or if these were Africans who had occupied Sumer, I need to have some visual documentation to verify it, because you're not going to just play the linguistic gymnastics, because it doesn't work that way. Because we can go, anybody that's familiar with this stuff can go through it thoroughly and take out each word, and then we can trace the origins, like we're looking at this one here. Let me go down. All right. So, Or III, Sangiga. The Or III period is during the Sumerian Renaissance period, after the Akkadians, after the Agutians, not prior to the early dynastic 3 or early dynastic 2 period. Okay, here we got it. And the use of the term, we can go to the Akkadian, and we have various texts where the term that the Akkadians used was Zamat Kakida or Kakidi. Okay, this is attested to, and I put this out in my other PowerPoint, where you can go to the Code of Hammurabi, where this term is used in the Code of Hammurabi, talking about them. References to all phrases. We see it right here. There you go. So they say Zalmu, kakadu, head, and they that is where you get the use of the term for people or humans. Well, I'm just using human as a way that they're putting it out because that's how we're looking at it in modern terms as human beings or people. If this was talking about Negroes, Black people, there would be a terminology or a history in Sumerian literature that identifies a people who have quote black skin. Now, let me stop sharing because I had to do another PowerPoint on the use of the term kiss versus kush. So I'm gonna go to that.
So yeah,
and I want to show you. I want to show you something.
All right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because
Go there. So yeah, that's I kind of learned about that term with trying to think of the guy's name, Leo Hansberry. Leo
Okay, I've heard.
Hansberry.
Yeah.
And I forget the title of his book, and he talked about that term, right? But the term was first attested. The book, the name of the book.
Yeah, what was the term?
I forget. Kush. So, but actually, those forms of Kush is always found in the area of Mesopotamia and all that. You find that first.
You're right. You're right. You're right. That term is well. First of all, let me stop right there. I want to talk to the brother that asked the question. Is that clear?
Yeah. Very clear. Very clear.
What I would suggest is if you go to the electronic Pennsylvania Sumerian Dictionary, or you can even go to the electronic text corpus of Sumerian literature, and then you can put in black, and then you'll be able to go to it. Or you can put it in the word sangha itself, and you'll find the answer, the history, the origins, and then you can go to the various texts that's supplied by Uruk, the Yale University as well, where you can go and look at the text, and so you can see the transliteration, and you'll find it where it's irrefutable.
Yeah, I got you. Because when I read that book, it was a long time, and I thought that a lot of the I guess the blackology was like kind of like the same way they did Kemet, like the black-headed. I think the black one says not the black-headed, they would say the blacks, the same way they do with Kemet.
Yeah. Not in this case, but something that Unc said is right. You said when you find this word Kush, you're right. You will find this word Kush multiple times in Sumerian literature. Now, this PowerPoint was centered around another topic that just took about a year to put together as well, and I take kind of pride in it because I found out something in this thing, and ironically, it was thanks to Brother Smash Rockwell in a presentation that he did that spearheaded my curiosity into something when he was going back and forth with the others on an unrelated topic in pertaining to ancient Egypt. All right, so in going down, let's see, this mouse. I'm going to get right down to the point of it because I don't want to waste too much time with it. So here we have right here. Now this is the second time, because the first time I did it on Garfield's show, but this is the second time that this has ever been presented publicly. There are only so many possible sound combinations that humans can make, and since each language only uses a small fraction of these, we tend to use words in foreign languages and sounds that sound more like our own, and than they would naturally be. Many similarities in names and words are purely coincidental and do not show any sort of historical, etymological, or cognitive connection. With that being the case, there are 3 key words in Sumerian related to this topic, and they are Kish, Kush, and Kush too. Did you know that there's a word Kush in Sumerian?
Yep.
You know.
Because I learned from Leo Hansberry, and he was based like the biblical text and all that. It definitely ain't coming from Africa.
What does it mean? Well, now let's
now that I'm not sure of.
Well, let's go to it. So in
right,
this one syllable here, we have Kish, and the Unicode, you can pull it up. The Unicode number is 12187. and is identified or defined as totality, complete, and this attestation can be found in an administrative text that you can just write down and dating to the early dynastic A period. This is before Lagash, this is before, or this is going back to the early period. Okay. And nothing in this word can be regarded or linked to Cush of the Bible, nor the peoples of North Africa. Now you can go to the openly rich annotated cuneiform corpus where you can pull the text up itself and you can, I think they still have the transliterations there. Otherwise, you can pull up and you can take the cuneiform character and you'll be able to see the use of that sign there. Now, next we have this word Cush. Now, if the Sumerians truly wanted to say to the world that they were Black people as a racial epithet, as a racial group, they would have simply stated it in the text. And for the record, they did. They did mention that those who had Black skin is found in the word Cush Gigi. Cush Gigi. Cush Gigi. Now, the problem is Cush Gigi as a determinative is a term that was used to represent leather, skin, and is found in various texts when they were doing inventories on trade, the transportation of various items, precious items, and we'll go through those texts. So, and if this particular term here, Cush Gigi, that's a Babylonian term. That's not even in Sumerian literature. So you can't take the word Cush and say that Cush means Black because of anything that you may have read in the Bible, or Nimrod and the Mighty Hunter and all that stuff, or the peoples of North Africa, because that term that they used was as a determinative to indicate that the following word was supposed to be something that is made of leather, is animal skins, etc. Okay, so let's get this established. You'll find it in a Babylonian tablet, not Sumerian, and the primary publication is ASJ 09, 289 through 291. And of course, you can go to Oric and find that as well. Past that. So let me. Oh, where was the other one? Oh, and finally, here we go. The last one we have is Cush 2, meaning to be tired, fatigued, exhausted, or out of breath. Okay, and this is another word that, although it has the same pronunciation of the word Cush in English, it too has zero to do with any ancient peoples of North Africa. Cush as a word does appear in Sumerian and Babylonian literature. However, there's no connection whatsoever to Cush of the books of Genesis nor Africa. Okay, so you can go to the digital corpus of cuneiform lexical texts and you can pull that up. And then I've supplied it right here where you can see it yourself. Now, what I had mentioned earlier, you see that? You see? Hold on. Oh, there it is. All right, you see here? All right, you see this Cush. And then the following term, you have Dura Mashda, Cush Mashda, Cush Amar Mashda, Cush Sheg, Cush Shegbar, Cush Lulim, Cush Alim, Cush Udutil, Cush Ban Huna, and on and on and on. And look, gazelle skin, skin of young gazelle, mountain goat skin, fallow deer skin, stag skin, bison skin, wild sheep skin, and so forth.
But not
so
on
you get the point.
Not on for Black.
You see,
yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Now in the next one here we have. There we go. What I had made reference to earlier, Cush Gigi, black leather. Cush Su'a, red leather.
Mm-hmm.
Cush Gunnu'a, venerated leather. Cush, as a determinative, is not even mentioned, usually. So it would just be gigi. But when they read it in the text, when you read the various texts that they have written on it, all they have to do is put up when you're reading it in the when you're reading it in the cuneiform text, you'll see one. You'll see either this. It's like in this text here. You'll see it right here. So you'll know that you're not even reading Cush. You're just going to be reading it, and then you'll know that this is talking about the skin of her buttocks, her ass. So this again has nothing to do with Africa. But I think that be some people, depending on their motives, will use that. And unless you take the time to really investigate this with an open mind, you're going to come away with something that refutes it. Actually,
Oh, you
you
talking
see
about
here,
you talking about the Kush term, right? That's what we at, right? Let me see.
yeah. Because the Kish thing, that's already been established. Because
Yeah.
or let me, I might have to go back. I don't even know if I go to another one with my
Stop that. No. Go back to that. Go back to that geography real quick, because everybody kind of forget geography, bro. Yeah, we don't got the actual man. I would like to see a map. Hey, where you at, Brendan? I thought you had a map, kind of showing Sumer. So I think a lot of times, man, we need to do
I have Sumerian maps.
Yeah, so we can just see the vast territory, how far. Like we make it seem like the shit was from Baltimore to DC, right? Like
Right.
our understand of time and travel, and
Mm-hmm.
it's bananas, Chuck. Like it's not fair how people take advantage of us with this. Like we've been taught all our life to submit. I mean, once you consider yourself getting conscious, everything becomes black, and the Sumerians, the black haired ones. Same thing. It's in Chancellor's work. As a matter of fact, he opened the book up. Well, what happened to the people? They forgot their history. The blackheads. It's right. It's right there. So yeah, this is a running theme. So I'm glad you, sitting at the rest, knock it off. The Bantu, the black. No, we gotta knock that off. That's not kicking. The young brothers ain't and sisters ain't representing that no more. That ain't what that. We can't verify that. Yeah, with experts, we can't do it. So we're not gonna run around and play this little game. Like the gig is up. Simple as that. We're not doing it. Okay, I see it. Sumer, Elam. Yep, I see the Zacharias Mountain.
These are the
yeah, right.
Yeah, these being the various city states that, depending on the period, they were ruled by different kings or lugal. Okay, so down here in the southern tip here, or it was during this period of under Ornamu, and his actually started with Gudea, and it passed on from down and down to where they it was Ornamu that they got together and they pushed the people from the Zagros Mountains who had occupied the Gutians out of Sumer. And the reason it became the Renaissance is because these people, because in the text, in various Sumerian or Akkadian texts as well, they documented how the Gutians had destroyed a lot of stuff. They started coming in. They didn't have a sense of preservation, writing, and they were just an uncivilized group of bandits. And so what Ornamu wanted to do was it wanted to bring Sumer back to the powerhouse that it was in that region. And one of the things that he used was the building of monuments, great edifices, going even a step further than his predecessors when they were building various houses and temples, like they had at the great temple in Nippur. They started this campaign that lasted generations, to where they were building like the great ziggurats. The language was everything was documented, administrative text. I mean, literally thousands of documented clay tablets, cone tablets, bone tablets. They wrote that on everything, and they were commissioned the various scribes to give a a history as well as documentation of the language, everything. Because you had all these administrative texts. Anytime that a temple or home was built and it was dedicated, you had a prayer that was put together, you know, to certain places that were sacred land that they had built these temples. And in the case of Gudea, he was such a humble, based on the writing, what they have in the literature, he was such a humble man that he was so humble that he didn't even want to go by the term Lugal, which was a name that the kings used. Lugal, he would say you were Lugal, Ki Ori, or Ki Ori, king of Sumer, king of Akkad. In the case of Sargon, his thing was he was the king of the universe. He was supreme king. So Gudea, his whole thing was he referred to himself as a Insi, which was someone who was just as like a governor or ruler, and that he was not anything greater than his God, who he had dedicated his life to, which was Ngersu. Ngersu. He even named his son after his God, Ngersu. So that's how humble he was, and I kind of like the dude because he got a kind of pretty got an honest face. Kind of like the dude. That's why I put him up on the wall over here.
What are you talking
That's
about?
my man.
Is that supposed to be a bush you got on though?
Okay, no. I don't know what Hermstein was smoking that day.
Bugging.
Yeah. Let me. I'm gonna stop sharing because I want to go back to that.
All right, freeze that. Hold on. Oh man, I want you to freeze that. I want you to show. See right there with ore, right? Put that back real quick.
Right here?
Watch this. I'm gonna show you something.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Yeah, go back right there. The ore.
All
I'm
right.
gonna show y'all something. All right.
Boom.
All right. So we right here, Chuck. So you see, it's near the Persian Gulf, right? The Rudu and the ore, right? And so these stories that come out this area, right? Utnapishtim. Okay, and you talk about Abraham is from the Ur Chaldees. This is the area. This ain't got nothing to do with African people, right? But the point I want to make about Utnapishtim is where it later on. Okay, these would be the ancestors of the Hebrews, basically. Okay, and so they bring with them these stories. Why? The Persian Gulf actually flooded out. How do we know it flooded out? Look at the last glacial maximus about 11 to 10,000 years ago. Okay, when the ice starts to subside, where you get Lake Michigan, okay, where you get Lake Michigan, the Great Lake regions, okay, the Laurentide ice sheet, the different ice sheets, they melt, and the rivers start to overflow. Persian Gulf floods. So you got people living around here, okay, in these time periods, because these are some old ass settlements. I'm telling y'all right now. So at 12,000, you got people living here, and they flood out. How they know? You can pull the articles up where they start to find near the shorelines, like the water buried these people, and so they take these flood stories with them. Okay, they develop flood stories like Utnapishtim. Okay, and God comes down and talks to Utnapishtim, and he warns them of a flood. These gods warn Utnapishtim of he's going to flood out humanity because they've been evil, right? And Utnapishtim actually builds a boat, right? But he actually uses tools, and they get together, they build these damn boats, and he puts animals on the boats. The story sounds early similar, right? But these stories are actually carried on, and later on, these Hebrews carry these same flood stories on. But these flood stories ain't coming from the Nile Valley because they didn't actually get flooded out like that. But the Persian Gulf was directly affected by the melting of these ice sheets, and people lived there, culture lived there, and they got flooded out. Later on, these genetic memory of flood stories is carried forward. I just wanted to bring that out. And so they bring the different terms with them. So I'm making a point here. This ain't got nothing to do with African people. So the Hebrews is out of their mind, right? And these brand new, new wave people actually putting together this nonsense is just that. So Hermstein guy, he's playing on your fractured consciousness. This ain't got nothing to do with you. Let them have that. I just wanted to bring that out, Chuck. Now let's go to the
I agree.
Afro.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, and
I
you
think
had
that's some.
the flood story of Gilgamesh.
That's it. I gave the
Mhm.
name. Put the
Oh,
fisherman.
and also not and also the flood story of Unfistum.
Yeah.
Did I say that? Did I say that?
Yeah, you
Did you
said
say that?
yeah in the fist.
Oops.
Yeah,
That's all I kept saying was put the fisherman.
I
I
don't
talked
know if
about
that's
God.
I think that's different from Gilgamesh, right? That's
No, it's not. That's in the Epic of Gilgamesh, and the character in it that
Mhm.
Gilgamesh is talking about is the
Yeah.
fisherman. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. The flood story of Atrahasis. That was
Okay.
another individual who
Yep.
had he's a character in a Sumerian, a late Sumerian epic that speaks about a great flood and a creation story. So that was Atrahasis.
which
Yeah,
one? Which one is
Atrahasis.
older? Which one is older? I know Gilgamesh probably right around 2000
I
something.
think Gilgamesh.
Gilgamesh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Gilgamesh is old. It was
yeah,
see,
think
we
of
learned all
Gilgamesh.
them
That's one of
stories
the
in the
first.
Wapian. We kind of learned all that, and that's why I always tell people this these presentations that Chuck's been going around doing is really essential because never allow Malachi Yoke to teach you about Utney Fishnam and the Anunnaki. Never
Right,
allow
right.
Zachariah Ascension to teach you about Utney Fishnam and the Anunnaki because they will always teach you to fall for their foolery completely. They're not experts on the situation. And watch this. And even if you're not an expert, you need to at least use expert credible sources. And this they do not do. So it's a flood of that. It's actually raising its ugly head again. All around us, slowly but surely, you'll find non-experts presenting faulty sources. Right. So I would never present that book Ernstine to anybody, right? And I would love to interview that guy because we're gonna have to get it all the way in on the said subject. Like I'm just not gonna let him run the stop signs like that and confuse the people. Yeah, it makes no sense. Like, what are we doing here? Yeah, them days is gone. It's over with. We're not playing that game. You're not selling us dollar books no more and playing the game. So, Chuck, man, you might not know, man, but this is a valuable. These presentations that you're doing are valuable with expert sources to get us where we need to get to. And we need to learn about other cultures too and stop acting like it's our culture. Like you can learn about other cultures and it not be your culture and you try to steal it
Exactly.
and make it your culture.
Yeah, and that's how I feel about it. I mean, I appreciate the Sumerian culture and their contribution to humanity, but I don't want to be one of them. I'm not walking around, claiming to be a Sumerian. Hell no. I respect them and I keep them in their place, and that's it. I move on. It's simple. Um, you know, because like I said, when you brought up York and you brought up Sitchin, because in the '90s, of course, York started to adopt Sitchin's booklets and just kind of did the dipping in chocolate kind of thing and gave it back to us.
Yep.
Yeah, I know you read Eric Von Donigan, Chuck, right? He was
Of
a
course,
similar vein.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Man, I
similar
was
vein.
on all of that stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
me too. Heavy.
yeah, man, I was shit. I was I was
Yeah,
into that stuff,
yeah.
because coming out of the '80s, when I started going into this consciousness thing, I had a job in DC at the Pyramid Bookstore, and um, it was a whole black thing going on. I was making kufis and taking kente cloth and making that stuff hand by hand, just sewing it, stitching it. And it was Sister Alicia Ali down in she worked there. She had a business called Jewel, not Jules 8 times. It was called a cable on books downstairs. And she would pay me to just make this stuff. I was selling for $5 here and there. You have different people. Malik Zulu Shabazz, he would come in buy my kufis
All
when he
that.
was a student at Howard University. So that was my thing. This was before the York stuff. Um, so yeah, coming out of that period, you were open to anything that's black. Anything you say black, there's got to be black people. It just had the way it is. Not taking into account that certain people just didn't use that term to identify a group of people. You know, and in this case, with the people, the Sangigians, that's just not what is evidence of in their literature, you know, because we can just take that word kush itself and see where in their literature do they use it as a term that's used to identify a racial group, even though they didn't use that term or they didn't use the idea of race that we know as we see it in modern terms.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they identify people, but they identify them by name, by region, and sometimes by religious affiliation.
Thanks.
You know, and the crazy wild is these wild people, what you want to call them, Caucasian or whatever. They was up in the Gutian Mountains. They was in the Zagros, those crazy Gutians, and they document how they saw these nuts. So I'm trying to figure out at what point did the Africans occupy the region of Mesopotamia when you had these madmen, these assassins, these sick bastards running around up and down without any opposition, that you had these black folk coming in and say, hey, this is our language. Why don't you all take this? Because we were originally the Sumerians, but somehow y'all got sidetracked. But this is our homeland. I don't get it. And I'm not buying it. I ain't falling for it.
Now we went through that. We went through that.
Through that shit.
Yeah, we've been through that. We can't play that game. Like I don't even.
And I try to stay away from that.
Huh? They convinced them with the divine forces of Ra. They were dressed in white and they went
Yeah, crazy. And I'm saying I'm not playing none of that. Go ahead to the slides you was going to get with our favorite dude with the.
Sorry, brother. I was. It's tea time. It's just ironic. It's 4:00 over here, and I just got some tea.
It's tea time.
4:00.
Tea with Tiffany. Yeah, in Hawaii. He's in Hawaii.
Oh, in Hawaii. Okay. Well, all right.
Oh yeah. That's my homeland. All right. Hell, man. Oh, see, I got to start because let me go to the other PowerPoint. I don't know why I got to stop. If people sharing my screen, I could just jump from one point to the next.
There's some nice flies in there.
Oh yeah, man. That's it. Join. It's on YouTube. Good.
Yeah, I see the Rodoko Rashidi in there. Yeah.
Here you go. All right, now this is from this is the first one we did. You see it?
Yep, got it.
Yeah. So see it?
Yeah.
Right. So anyway, on many of the statues of Gudea, he wears a headdress which some have made the ridiculous charge that it represented or imitated kinky hair. That was the quote that he used.
Who?
Oh Lord, here we go.
Who did that?
Herman Hermstein. He did that on the brother Asar show. Yeah.
What does Asar do? Nod his head or I know Asar cussed him off.
He don't never
No. He was just letting he was being respectful and let the man talk. As any good host would do, just let the man talk.
But he agrees though, because his argument is that it wasn't a population shift, but a small group of Africans traveled to Samaria and that small group influenced the culture at large. That's his argument.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, and then that's plausible, but I like to see the documentation on that.
Yeah, possible.
I need to see when this explosion occurred, that they started having such an influence on the language of the people, and I need to know which city-state that they in small pockets influenced that society. Because listen, of all the ancient peoples, it appears to be that the Sumerians has the largest vocabulary and volume of literature. Thousands of them have already been deciphered, and there's thousands more that haven't been deciphered. So if this is truly the case, because we do have evidence linguistically, textually, of the peoples from the Indus Valley who traded with the Sangigians. Hold on. Coming back. Just call me. Okay. So we have the people of the Indus Valley who clearly are within the boundaries of the land and did trade and and brought in items to the Sumerians that contributed to their society, and they're mentioned by name. You know, you have the
Chuck,
Harapians who were there.
Chuck, you don't see the
So
curls right there, though, Chuck?
say again.
I mean, you don't see that curly hair right there? Are you kidding me?
Kinky.
The kinky curl? Are you serious? The Bantoon twist?
Yeah,
Come on, Chuck.
yeah, I hear you, man.
Shout out to
So
New in the chat room too. Shout out
so
to New in the chat room.
so the
Who?
brother
Appreciate
had
that
made
support. Shout out to
so
you.
the brother made the point that what you see here would go because remember, if you study the history of Gudea, his whole thing was that he was not just a king. He didn't want to go by that term, a king. He was an Insi, and he saw his nation of Lagash as his flocks, as sheep, and he was a shepherd, and that's what his crown represented. We have this documented. And if it,
Oh,
and
okay, I
just
see
for
it.
the record, if that is indeed a representation of an afro, please tell me why his eyebrow is unified.
Unibrow. So yeah, that's a good point there, Chuck. Let me where the rest of the pseudo killers at? Y'all got any questions? We're gonna open it up, man, to the panel.
But but before we go there, let me just wrap this up real quick. You know, because like I said, where to start. So, yeah, that's that was his son, or Ningetsu.
Mhm.
So Gudea's choice to emphasize his headgear, which was sheep's wool, it was the and not only complemented his meek, iconic, humble standing and sitting position, it also offered a distinct kind of allure designed to make Gudea powerfully attractive to both his people and his humility to his god, Ngirsu. I'm sorry, Ngirsu. Ningisida. Nish. That right there, where's my mouse? Right here. This
Uh-huh.
right here,
Mhm.
it makes that like ing sound, and then this little I don't know, I forget that circumflex, whatever they call it, right over top. It makes a instead of like a s sound, it's a sh sound. So you have nin, nish, zida, and we know that it's a god because this determinative here is a dingir, the dinger symbol here, and it usually comes before the name of a deity. You'll find it for Enki, Enlil, Marduk, and so forth. And the various groups, Akkadian and others who succeeded, they utilized that same system. Okay, so with that, let's go to the next one. So the fundamental problem with those arguments is inconsistency. They'll say that under Gudea was the Renaissance period where you'll find blue-eyed statues, yet this same Gudea, after the Gutian occupation, reconstructed temples, built new ones, erected numerous statues and sculptures of the various images claimed to be white Sumerians, yet he has a hat supposedly representing an afro, which you would think, if you're going to use the science of sound right reasoning, that if you're going to have a hat that's supposed to be an afro, I'll be damned if you can't build a monument where you have images on the tablets or the walls that have folks with big ass afros. Think on that. My man Steve Coker used to say, pause.
Yeah,
Anyway.
that for a minute, man. Hey, stop right there,
Yeah.
man. Look, make sure y'all support Abs You Wear, man. I'm gonna let Chuck finish out his point. I dropped the link in the chat, man. Brendan, Sosa, Chefanel, y'all got any questions for the people start coming to the building and asking Chuck the questions, man?
Yeah,
Hey man, shout out
I
to.
do have something. I'm sorry.
I want to give first. Let me give a shout out to that young man in the chat, the brother, my man Reggie. That young fella there, he's a good guy. I like Reggie. That's my man. He's younger than me, so I got to say.
Yeah, Reggie coming. You best believe.
Brother Reggie gonna make him black.
You already know, man. Reggie.
I like Reggie. I respect that.
I'm gonna save my questions after Reggie get on.
Yeah, he reminds me of a lot of the guys.
I'll wait for Reggie, man.
Reggie gonna break out a presentation.
You already know, man. Can I share
my presentation ready already?
He reminded me a lot of the guys that I knew when I was working at Pyramid Books. You know, people. That was a very interesting learning period in my life, and I think that everything in my development to where I am now, I attribute it to the different phases of transition and study from various peoples and in different walks of life that helped me to get to where I am now. Yeah.
Hey Chuck, you did this whole presentation on Gar? I'll go back and look at it.
Because you got it's on the stage. Or you can go. I have a YouTube channel. If you go past some of the York stuff, I have video up there from that show.
Go check
it's only about 2 hours.
Drop a link in the chat. I know Brendan, you had a question you were gonna ask.
Yeah, I did. I wanted to pull up a map that shows some of the trade between the Indus region and Mesopotamia as well, because that was a real interesting sort of piece there. And I think we kind of miss, the vastness of a lot of these regions. I'm going to pull.
Let me stop sharing.
And I'm going to pull this up, and you mentioned like the goods that are traded between these areas. And this map sort of hits on that. So it talks about, there's these chlorite vessels, right, that show up with Indus inscriptions and metalworks, right, that originate from the Indus region, right here on the far right here you see. And these dotted lines here, if you guys can actually see this screen, this sort of shows the trade routes, right, in between the Indus region and all the way back over into Mesopotamia, right? So, and it shows this in this small little legend here. It says, the ruins of cities such as Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro show planned streets layouts and sophisticated water supply and drainage systems. It says these cities produced fine metalwork and developed new techniques in handicraft. Say from around 2500 BCE, they traded widely, dispatching their goods with seals carved with inscriptions. These branded objects have been found throughout Mesopotamia, revealing how widely the Indus people traded. So there was a real, I guess you would say, a rich, system of trade between the Indus and the Mesopotamian region here that's sort of shown on this map, which I thought was a bit interesting, right? And it shows it's sort of zoomed out here, right? So even all the way to the far left, we see Egypt here. Right now, in terms of having interactions somehow between, all the way over in West Africa, right? You don't even see any, anything really shown here, right? This kind of shows you like what the extent to which, these, the travel that would have to happen for any interaction between what was going on in West Africa all the way over to Mesopotamia and how you would have that influence. So, from a geographic perspective, it just seems a bit unlikely.
I agree.
Yeah, you had to go all the way down to Nubia. They traded. That was their expertise. They was trading with Inner Africa.
Yep, and it shows that, right? It shows the trade between, I guess, gold, copper, ebony, incense, that was along those lines, all the way up into Greece and Anatolia, right? Those were some of the trade routes between Egypt and Nubia and all of that. But again, right, there's nothing here showing any of those interactions with West Africa.
Hey, when I'm looking at that map, though, Brendan, what were those squares? I can't see it. What was it?
Yep, it's those. Yep, the small red ones, right? You see those chlorite vessels. I'm not sure exactly what the material chlorite is.
So, but when I look at that map, they're saying like the you don't see too much influence from the Indus Valley going further into the western part of Mesopotamia, or is that what the red tint?
Yeah, the red, the small little red icons there. Those are the vessels that were sort of originated there. That are built over or created over there in this region. And those are shown, those show up, right, inside of archaeological digs. Those show up with Indus inscriptions across this region, right?
What is that? What is that red tint though? So I see that little red line that goes up and around all the way down Levant.
That is. Hold on, just a second. What is that? That is. That is the Akkadian Empire. That shows the
Empire.
Yep. Right. That shows the outline of the Akkadian Empire.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So I'll stop sharing.
Yeah, it's Reggie in the building. Gullah, peace to you, brother.
What's up with it, John?
What's up going on, man? What's going on, Reggie?
Peace,
hey, Reggie, you got a question? How you doing, Gullah?
Yeah, I do.
What's your question, Reggie? Are the Sumerians black?
Turn the mic up a little bit, Reggie. Turn the mic up a little bit.
Reggie, are the Sumerians African people?
Yeah,
no, they're not direct descendants of African. All humans are African people. They're not direct descendants.
Smear this mud all over the place. Let's get it.
So, Chuck, thanks for the presentation. I want to try to answer some of your, at least one or two of your questions. Okay, so there is African contact from Africa through Asia, and that is necessitated by climate. Climate forced Africans in North Africa to move to other parts. Also animals, where animals grazed, and all that had to do with animals. Climate. Climate. The problem with the Sumerian issue, it being an isolated civilization, is the fact that where is their cognitive and neural evolution for them to even get to writing? Where does that exist? Where can you give me some time periods as to what could have been the cognitive and neural start of writing for these people?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Well, what we do know is that.
God damn, you got a lot of symbols on you. Oh shit! Oh man, you done flipped the game.
We know that the Sangiga people did arrive at some point in the March area, and there were already existing societies there. We know this is being the people of Uruk or Namdesat, and the system that they utilized, which was some Assyriologists call it Proto-Sumerian, which is a system of pictographs. And from that point, at some point over time, that was the beginning of the codifying or putting a language system or writing system together, as where we see the gradual metamorphosis from pictures into these what we call cuneiform characters, and the phonology being established to identify them, again coming based on what we know in the records that the Akkadians left, because we don't have Sumerians writing and telling exactly where and how it was put together.
So African people have been using okra to begin writing more than, let's say, 40,000 years. And that moved into rock paintings that's all throughout Africa. And you have that whole period from 40,000, 20,000 years. So in Africa, there's a long gestation of some cognitive and neural evolution that may have given to writing. You also have fired clay in about 8,000 in Mali, right? That then formulates a genre of wavy line and dotted wavy line pottery, which Ankh is an expert on. But you have ceramics now gives you the period of that you have portable art. And portable art is transferred from people to people, purposes of trade, communication. There's symbolism in there to describe things. Portable art helped. 8,000 BC, you may have simple tokens in that area of Iraq. You may have, and then from about 4,500 BC to about 3,500 BC, you have the movement from simple tokens to complex tokens. And then from the period of about 3,500 BC, you have clay envelopes, and then you have the numerical tablets that they want to say is writing, which is about 35 to 3,400 BC source. And then you have the first signs on clay. Now, those signs that are on clay, then since Africa, is particularly in North Africa, and you have Libya, and you have this Tassili Niger, you have rock paintings all around. When they do begin to do pictorial writing, it's horrible. It's their art form is horrible, and then that moves into cuneiform. So the answer to
what's that claim, Reggie? What's the claim you're making? Because you're kind of saying a lot there. You're saying that are you saying that their writing stems from
What?
African influence? Is that the claim you're making?
Oh, Reggie.
Yep.
Development.
Oh,
my man.
Man, Reggie, let the people hear that, man.
Reggie, you made a claim about the development of the cognitive ability as if humans don't develop as humans everywhere at the same time. So how do you quantify that claim that the cognitive ability to write was only on the continent? Neanderthals, we have records of Neanderthals doing cave art. We have that also with the isolated groups down in Australia doing cave art, and all these people migrated all over the world.
It's simple.
It's been in Africa. It's been in Africa 300,000 years, Reggie, and it moved out when hunter gatherers moved out 60,000 years. You find okra all the way in Australia, bro, and Asia and shit.
So that makes my point. So the fact of the matter is it moved out of Africa into Asia. So yeah, I don't have to. I can give you a source. I can give you a source.
When we talk about Sumerian,
oh man, let's stay. Hold on, man. Listen, freeze. This is what we're gonna do. We need to stay around Chuck Morgan's topic. We're not doing this. We're not gonna do that. That's too much. Come on, man. Yeah, we can't do that.
Okay, I don't.
You can stay there with Chuck. Chuck, address.
I'm asking, but I'm dealing. I'm answering.
You shouldn't have.
I thought me and Chuck was having a conversation. I thought I was asking a question.
Stay with Chuck. Go ahead.
All right. So Chuck. So basically, okay. If I could just share my screen. I
knew he gonna have a presentation.
Fucking right. Fucking right.
You was knocking over like.
This a long ass question.
Established. I know.
Right. Okay. I want to give y'all, the current curator of the Metropolitan Museum of Art is Dr. Helen Anderson. Dr. Helen Anderson wrote a book it was her dissertation, and her dissertation was the cognitive and neuro, let me get the title of it.
I love neuroscience, but
yeah. It's the cognitive and neural. Let me see. Beginnings of art, 100,000 to 2,800 BP, a neuro approach, right? And in that, she outlines. You can see my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, yeah, we see it.
Okay,
Hey,
great.
Reggie, we see you. What you got?
Okay, so what she does is she outlines. She talks about the cognitive approach and the neural approach, right? And then she goes and once she does all of that, then she looks at human history. So then, after she looks at brain function, she starts to go to she goes to the periods of Africa. She goes to the periods of Africa, and she outlines very well the different cognitive and neural evolution. And then she goes into out of Africa, and then she goes into the areas in which which we were just talking about, going all through, right? And then she continues, and she goes into Europe, right? But her focus now is she begins this journey. When she begins this journey, she begins in Africa. So she does a really great job of talking about the rock paintings and the portable art. And so it's the rock paintings and portable art that that finds itself into other places based on trade, right? And then she
according to, you got to say according to her though, because like a lot of people are not familiar with neuroscience, like I am, and what you're the part of your broaching on right now, some of it is debated because it stems from a trying to establish when exactly human beings develop symbolic thought. But even though the transfer of symbolic art may not necessarily be linked to necessarily per writing per se, because they do kind of pinpoint writing as starting from counting. A need to, like, so whenever you see writing pop up, even like in Sumeria, or you see the Egypt, the first instance you see of it is not necessarily a written language, it's counting.
You're correct.
Track and numbers and stuff like that.
You're correct. And so that's why so she goes through this whole thing of mark making and pot marks and things that you do on shells and ostriches. She does all of this. And then she does that in Middle Stone Age Africa. Okay. So then where I want to just deal with points, because Chuck Morgan is my brother, so I appreciate the work that he is. I appreciate the work that he is doing in trying to educate people about the misconceptions of Sumerian culture, and so I respect that. But I want to get into some time frames, and then I don't want to take up too much of your time. Is that I wanted to, okay, so I wrote a paper, Cuneiform Writing Put in Perspective. And I used writing in early Mesopotamia, the historical interplay of technology, cognition, and environment. And from that, what I did was I mapped from what he's saying from simple tokens to derived simple tokens. So simple tokens is the 8,000 BC. Derived simple tokens is 4,500 to 3,500 BC. Clay envelopes in Europe is about 3,500 BC. Okay, we don't have writing yet. Then we have the first numerical tablets, 3,500 to 3,400 BC. And then we have the first signs that people could say is writing. And then we have proto-cuneiform. Okay, so once we have those type of periods, when we look at the simple tokens, this is what they want to say is fucking writing. This is their evolution, right? Then what they want to do is from the simple tokens, these are simple tokens. This is 3,300 BC. This is what they're doing in 3,300 BC. The African in 4,000 BC in Nakata and in Nubia A was already drawing on pottery motifs that would have been art, proto-Elamic labels, right? So you have this is what proto-Elamic labels is. This is what they want to say is writing. Then there's clay tablets. I don't want to go. Then we have the famous Kish tablets. So Kish tablets is 3500 BC. And this is what they want to say. I don't know if I can zoom this in. This is writing. This is writing for the world, 3500 BC. And so from the Kish tablets, of course, it moves to.
You like saying it's just because of the art form. It's not. You don't consider it to be.
Well, you would for writing. You would look for morphology. You would look for more than logograms and pictograms. You would want to see some type of sign that says male or female. You would look.
Can you read that tablet right there, though? Can you read that? Are you able to read that tablet?
I think that they're talking about barley here, and they're talking about distributing barley. This is the best that they have been able to deal with at this stage, meaning barley was something important, and they were basically, this was trade items for barley. It could have been accounting, that they were counting barley, but we don't, this type of proto-cuneiform moves really quickly in the later periods to some of the forms that we see here. So then it moves from here, which is still, this is what you have in the Met Museum had until they moved proto-cuneiform tablet, 3100 to 2900 BC. This is what you have. And this one is over here, the fourth proto-cuneiform tablet, 4th millennium BC. And then over here, so what basically these are pictographs and logographics. Around 3100 BC, you have now human figures with the associated signs in about 3100 BC. Okay, so I'll stop. And
I'm trying to figure out what was your question already. Like, what is your contention? Like,
well, my I was just asking to find to first we have to have some type of chronology. We definitely have to have chronology. We're talking about things. We definitely have to start dating it. Gudea, you can date that period. But my base contention is that the cognitive and neural evolution came from Africa to Asia. Asia did what they did with their own acculturation. I'm talking about Iraq and Iran, but the stimulus was in fact from trade with African people. And so
you have to show that link, Reggie, though. You have to show that the African people traded right there. Because when you talk about the cognitive development of Africans coming to Africa, that's just showing their brain development to go on and do symbolic thought. But like you're kind of more or less shoehorning it into even when you do African, I think that's really a bad term. I think you need to just say human cognitive symbolic thought.
But no, it comes from a place.
Yeah, but the place is Africa, but it's in the wrong context.
What else do we say? We say humans from where?
But it's in the wrong context. You make it Africans because these humans are spreading out, and you make it as if these Africans are now transporting. These Africans are now transporting to Asia, and these
they are humans. They are humans, but okay. So the humans in Africa and the humans in Asia, right, via the Levant, or communicating. Right?
Reggie.
Yes.
You fail to take into account that the same human development was happening on this side of the Atlantic, but we simply can't decipher the writings of the Incas and the Mayans. Humans were humaning all over the world. And to Sosa's point, when we're talking about early humans migrating out of Africa, we know where each genetic marker came into being, how they mutated and developed into the distinct groups that we see today. So to use Africans as if this phenotype is what went over with our culture intact, and we taught these people. This is what that line of communication creates.
Cedric, you my brother, and I respect you. But I'm doing it in the context of neighbors. So we know that the continental Africans were neighbors with the Levant, and they were neighbors, and those were neighbors of the Mesopotamians. So I'm not dealing with North America. I'm dealing with concepts of
yes, but Reggie, I'm addressing your hypothesis.
It didn't happen like how you saying it happened. It didn't happen
ability and the ability to write that came out of Africa, and that is how these other people got it. And I'm challenging that particular statement by proving this was happening all over the world. Did the Africans create Chinese writing then, Reggie?
Not. I can't say directly.
And then the Mesopotamia writing was all about grain counting and and wheat counting, stuff like that, keeping stock, keeping the storage of their wheats and grains.
Yeah, right. I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with that. There are isolate cultures like in the Americas, like in Asia, that came up with systems independent of Africa. I am only talking about Africa, Canaan, and Mesopotamia. Those groups of people, we know that they traded because prior to the last 80 to 100 years, they was basically saying that it was Asia that gave Africa its spark. And so that was put to rest. So now we have more information that it could have been. It certainly it was the other way around. It was the okay. I'll stop. I was just trying to talk to Chuck about chronology. So when we have all of these tablets and all of these tablets, we can date the time period in which they emerged.
Absolutely.
But what my whole thing is, if you have the simple tokens, you have the envelopes, right? And you have the first signs, and then you have cuneiform. What happened before? Is that just, could you just say that is isolate itself?
Well, I think it should be clarified that when the reference being made to be an isolate, that's specifically making reference to those languages that have no connection to any known language family. My question, based on your brief presentation, and it is something that is worth looking into, to try to simplify it, my question would be to you, specifically by name, which African nation did this migration and or trade?
None. These are at best, you can look at the Green Sahara cultures. There's no written. You can look at cultures based on innovations and mode of productions that you can say that those that began to create pot marks on ceramics, particularly the wavy line and dotted wavy line, that you could find that pottery, that type of pottery in Asia. So we know that the wavy line and dotted pottery walked across to the Levant and to Asia. And yes.
So can you, I need specifics. Because if I'm going to do my research and do the, tracking down of these various peoples and groups, I want to know, who you just mentioned do they have a documented tribal name or
Mhm.
region
We
specific?
know settlements, and so we know like
Okay.
the Gobero. We know the rock painters in Gobera, and we know the Tassili Niger, right? So we
Is
know
it now?
we know cultures.
I,
Those are
okay,
different. Those
so
are different periods, Reggie. Even in the Tassili cave, or those are different periods. You got to be specific. What you talking about?
Yeah. Well, the rock paintings in the Tassili Niger, the paintings in Gobero. I'm talking about
go
that.
Barrow,
Yeah.
Yeah,
go Barrow.
just for example, you got the roundhead art in the Sahara. The roundhead art is different than certain other types of art in the Sahara.
I don't disagree. And so what I'm saying is I was answering this question that we have cultures. And so we can separate the cultures by things like the round head, and that's all that we know of these groups of people based on the artifacts that they left in the context of how they describe themselves. So there are lots of groups of people in the Green Sahara, um, coming from lots of places because that's where all the water is, the fresh water,
Yeah,
the best
yeah,
climate, the best food.
yeah,
And so there are
yeah,
different groups of people. I can't say which particular group of people.
yeah.
Uh,
See, that's where I was trying to go because you know, there's too much out there and there's too many generals and there's a lot of hypothesizing. So I was trying to pinpoint it to a specific. Since we got specific time periods, I want to know exactly what group, and then I need to know. Well, I get what you're saying. Um, as far as what say a head represented in pictographic art, uh, um, in pictographs, um, and the innovation of it, and then how the phonology developed. That's a period. That's something that I would be more interested in because then the adaptation of how words are used and applied. Where is that stemming from these African peoples that did migration as well?
Say that again. The last part. Say the last part again.
Okay, to make it simple, the way that the Sumerian language in the early periods, early dynastic period, the language itself and the phonology that we have documented, were
Well,
there let me finish. Were there Africans that brought in their language? Was it by way of trade and in communication? There was a words that they used and said, well, this in our language represents this. And if it wasn't that, how exactly did I'm
yeah.
because I'm not getting any specific groups in their language itself. Because I've heard the generals that Proto Bantu, Niger Congo. I want to know pinpoint it as to who is who before because I'm just hearing too much general stuff.
Well, um, and I admit that. But let's go back to one point that we have a lot of people on here that believes that Afro-Asiatic is undefeated.
Hey,
So
let's stay focused. Let's stay focused, though.
I am. I am.
Wait,
So
Stay
And I have a
focused.
question.
I'm
Can I ask a
focused.
question after Reggie get done?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
might have got. You might have.
I'm focused, and I know I took a lot of your time, but I'm focused. So when it comes to language, and I think that language and writing is the part that we were really talking about because we're talking about cuneiform and cuneiform tablets, right? Um, the no, that I can't. I could say that groups of people traded with each other based on portable art, and I can say that even with the portable art, they if they are trading, they have to find a way to communicate. They have their separate languages, but at some point through counting and the display of artifacts and possibly labeling those artifacts, then there is some type of common nomenclature that they worked out. Do I have a particular group? No, but I have
understood.
portable art moving into Asia.
Mhm.
I have cattle moving out of Asia into Africa, right? In the period of about 6100 BC. I have cattle moving out,
For that.
cattle moving into Africa from Asia, right? And we have goods, and the Egyptologists and the Syriologists up until maybe about 80 years ago was basically saying that all of the African innovations was from Asia. So I'm just countering that.
Yeah. A
Okay,
lot of that is
I'll
yeah.
stop.
I'm sorry.
There's a lot of other people that want to ask you questions.
Yeah.
But I would say that it would be important to tease out the cognitive and neural evolution periods, the Genesis cultures that got them even to write, right? When I do know
But
that
there's no code. Okay, when this cognitive revolution starts, ready, you're talking at the 100,000 year mark.
No, but I'm narrowing it down to the period. I'm very, very narrow.
But once they leave out, Reggie, at 70,000, that those set of human beings already have that cognitive ability. Going out at 70,000. Right?
Yeah, they were humans, but there's particular.
But just hold on. They go out at 70,000, right? They start spreading at 70,000. These humans, right? So we're at hunter-gatherer stage until 10,000 BC.
You're correct.
Right? If you're familiar with how hunter-gatherers move and operate, they ain't really just rocking and clicking up for a while. It takes some time for the whole shit to
You're correct.
hammer out. You get chiefdoms, right? And then you get farming where they can actually settle down, right?
And pastoral.
And right. And when you get farming and pastoral, you get conflict. The farming have to block off land because niggas ain't just walking through each other's stuff like that. You ain't just let cow. So I mean, there's a lot. Like you kind of just hopping over a lot.
No,
of stuff.
I'm not. You are
get to Samaria.
I am. I'm talking about this period where cuneiform emerged, right, from tokens to actual writing, and to say at that time period was at the same time that Africa was engaged in its, but Africa had engaged earlier. And so we have the wavy line and dotted wavy line pottery that we know leaves Africa not only into the Mediterranean, but also into Europe. So to Gibraltar. So we see the dotted wavy line pottery outside in Europe. So the Africans in North Africa were based on the Green Sahara and also based on climate was moving around. So I'm very, very narrow. I'm very narrow. I'm not all over the place. I'm in this particular period of roughly what was happening 8,000 to when we get writing, which everybody says is 3,200 BC. I'll stop. I'm not going to say another word. I'm just
I'll let go last question. I ain't gonna. I'll let go get it. Go ahead, go.
Yeah.
Now and just ask the brother. Have you ever heard of the hypothetical language family or proto language that's called Proto-Euphratic? And do you know any connections with the Sumerians and the Elamite civilization?
What was that? You were talking to me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that?
I was saying, have you ever heard of the hypothetical language, the mother language that they say they saying it's a substratum?
I've heard it.
It's called.
I've heard of it. I've heard. Yeah. I've heard of it, but I have not investigated that.
Okay, and have you ever heard the connections with Sumerians and Elamites? And also, they're saying too in genetic studies, saying the Sumerians genetically have a genetic connection to the Marsh Arabs.
Well, that when you start talking about genetics with the Sumerians, I think it's fair to specify exactly which people in Mesopotamia are they making reference to, because as it stands now, there's no collected DNA charts where it was documented, said these are the Sumerians based on the bones that we found in the marsh area. I've in my PowerPoint presentation, I went to some of the leading archaeologists and people who specialize in dating bones and etc. And as it stands now, they don't have bones of any ancient Sumerians because of that marshy area, the decomposition and deterioration. It doesn't have any evidence of uh, the Sumerian people as having samples used in order to put in a database. And that's part of the big mystery as to who the Sumerian people were. Now, what they do have is they'll take the DNA of some of the oldest inhabitants in the region and link that back to various Arabs. But again, that doesn't necessarily identify the Sumerian people specifically because they're just basing it on the oldest inhabitants, which is possibly related to the earlier Sumerians. But you must keep also in mind that there were a number of groups that occupied and dominated Mesopotamia.
Yeah, for sure. Different people came in.
Yeah. Now the Gutians, they didn't just pop in and then pop out. They're documented as being there for nearly 90 years. And I'm certain you're pretty sure to know that when anyone occupies a region, the pillaging, the raping of people, and on and on and on, it could bring about a whole different gene pool for the most part. So personally, I would like to see that documentation because I'm always open to anything as it pertains to this because there's always something out there new. But from what I understand is they don't have any, or it's so limited that it's nothing that could be identified with a specific group, as in the DNA of the Sumerians.
Yeah, that make a lot of sense. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, sure. So again, not to go back over this thing, but I see what Brother Reggie is and where he's going with that. And, I try to make it simple and, not to be so complex, because, the layman, they don't really get into a lot of this deep stuff, but just on the surface, I just wanted to know specifically which group. And then when they did make their way into Asia or whatever specific group, I want to know, did the people of Uruk, did they leave any pictorial evidence mentioning in some way that there were people that came and gave them this form of writing, because there is a Sumerian text, if I can pull it up, where they attribute let me if somebody gonna take it out, let me see if I can pull it up.
Because I'm asking Reg, because Reg, that's what I want to ask you too, Reg. So do you find evidence of some borrowing? So what evidence do you have of some of the borrowing that, because I would say because they kind of put Egypt writing, let's just say it real quick, because they kind of put the beginning of Egypt writing, or the proto forms of it, and kind of at similarly around the same time it's developing in Sumeria, in that region. That region of Mesopotamia. But it's right about the same, because they make a difference between art and writing.
I know.
So when sometimes you're blending.
Just so that we're all at the point. Gunther Dwyer pushed back writing to 3300 BC, right, with a particular method. So he looked at the Abydos labels. So he pushed it back to 3300 BC. And what I basically showed is that in 3300 BC in Mesopotamia, you basically have tokens, and you begin the first simple writing. Then in roughly about 36 to 3400 BC in the Nile Valley, I'm not saying Egypt because there ain't no fucking Egypt at this time, right? It ain't no fucking Kemet at this time. So I'm not one of those people.
I got it.
Right?
Good.
You have to look at the Nakata decorated vases. So the Nakata decorated vases, to answer your questions, for most people, they seem to be just figures.
But I get it, Reggie. But you kind of now supplanting your theory and what you presented in as that's kind of nuanced because that's your.
What did I say wrong? What did I say? Gunter Dwyer. That's established fact.
Yeah, but the vase, right? They don't consider that right. But but they still had the origin of that Mesopotamian writer still at around the same period, 3,300, 400.
Right.
So my question is that if these things are developing, right, simultaneously at the same time.
No, they're not. That's that once Gunter Dwyer showed the Abydos labels, right? It's not at the same time. What's happening in Abydos is
how much longer before? How much longer are you saying before?
Yes,
how much earlier are you putting writing in that region before writing in the other region?
At least 200 years from Gunter Dwyer, then roughly 3,300 BC until there's a hard mark at 3,200 BC, where they say cuneiform is established. But if you look at the cuneiform at 3,200 BC, it's basically the best you have is the Elamite and the Kish stuff, and that's basically pictorial. Gunter Dwyer, his method showed that these were actually phonograms, and they made sounds. So it didn't happen at the same time, and that was the point of Gunter Dwyer. Whether you accept Gunter Dwyer's
that's why I said rough. That's what I'm saying, roughly at the same time. We can't be.
Exact.
We can't be exact, but you're saying you're giving it a century or two head start is what you're saying, basically.
Well, and that's important when people are trading in that area. So that becomes important because now if I can label something, an oil, right, or a trade good, then we have that cognitive borrowing, that cognitive we have that portable art. But prior to that, around the 8,000, 7,000 period, we actually have the dotted wavy line and the dotted wavy line motifs that finds its way, that means water. So the dotted wavy line means water and rain. And so we have those pots moving that mean vessels that have water and rain. And when Africans were able to carry water and rain in baths, that allowed them to move longer, right? That allowed them to travel further into areas in which they could not travel before because they didn't have to then search for water. If they could bring water, it helped them a lot. Okay.
Right, but I'm saying, where do we see evidence of borrowing like numeric system? If they're trading cattle, do we see borrowing in terms of cattle? Right, because these would have been consistent. We would see the borrowing in the essentials, right? If the connections are, if these type of if that type of sharing is being made, so then you would have evidence of of that type of borrowing.
I think you should read Helen Anderson's work, right? I think that you should read that. I'm gonna say that Dr. Helen Anderson. I think that she makes the case of bringing it back to Africa. That's one of her. If I can, let me see if I can pull it up. That is actually one.
Drop the link in the back chat, and I'll snatch it. for her work.
Oh well. Yeah. So I think but she actually has a title refocusing back into Africa. And
She's a neuroscientist.
Yeah, that's her work. That's her PhD work. Yeah. I don't know if you want to call them a neuroscience. I think that's a big field. I mean, my son is in a doctoral program for neuroscience. He's just looking at brain functions. He's not looking at history. So I think that the field is really wide.
Yeah, but most of the neuroscience, the books of neuroscience. I mean, certain people they still have the same broad. There's still overlap. Some just hunker down in specific areas, but their knowledge still extends to. If you're doing neuroscience, their knowledge still extends to that cognitive.
But some people just don't apply it to history.
Yeah, like hunter gatherers wasn't slow. I mean, even like Germanic and Scandinavian tribes came up with runic on their own. Like, you know what I'm saying? People weren't just sitting there stupid.
Right.
That's interesting. Yeah. And Reggie, the neuroscientist, the person who you mentioned the book that you cited, the way you showed your screen, right?
Yes.
My question is, does she mention the Sumerians by name?
I mean, the way that she what she does is basically move from an African standpoint into into Asia. So she doesn't necessarily,
Okay.
So she deals with Middle Stone Age Africa, right? And then she moves out of Africa, right? And she goes, she talks about India, Papua New Guinea, Australia, and the Levant, right? So she talks about all of those particular areas: the Levant, modern Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Turkey, and Palestine, and the different caves. So she does a presentation of data out of Africa.
Okay.
And then she does Paleolithic Europe and other places based on caves, right? So she's a I wish that
what is the name of the book?
Yeah, post it can you post it in the back
I'm
test?
gonna give it to you right now.
Yeah, because even up until what you're talking about, a lot of events even happened during the Neolithic time period. You talking about all the way to Middle Stone Age and Mesolithic time.
Yeah, I mentioned that.
And for the record, remember, as far as the phonology of the Sangingayans, they when you get by the time you get down to Ornamu, Lugal Ornamu, the innovation of the language had moved further beyond what we know from the first period of Ur, and that early adaptation of pictorial writing that metamorphosized into what we see today in the cuneiform text. What I was trying to show earlier, that I wanted to show up in regards to the one text that I've come across in reading the electronic text corpus of Sumerian literature. In this text, I think this is the one. Okay. In this particular writing, let me see if I can. Right. So, okay, on the creation of the Sumerian writing, in the Sumerian myths, in Merkar and the Lord of Arata, the scribe identifies him as being the first to imprint words on clay. In line 500, 503, point in going through the transliteration, just put it up there for people who that I know that would check it and look closer into it. The Lord of Kuluba patterned some clay and wrote the message as if on a tablet. Formerly, the writing of messages on clay was not established. The Lord of Kuluba inscribed the message like a tablet. Now, although this was written a millennium after the cuneiform writing was first developed, the epic poem praised the glorious past of Uruk, a political movement of the third dynasty of Ur to consolidate themselves as the legitimate and spiritual heirs of the ancient rulers of Uruk. I would think, and this is just me personally. I would think that with the system of writing, and I'm not one who steps out there to say that Sumerian is the first language ever
No, you're
written.
not
It's
doing
the first,
that. You're not
right?
doing
That's not what I do, and and because I have not been immersed in the writing system long enough to even make that declaration. But what I was pointing out was that uh, I would think that because of how human beings do when it comes down, especially with the early Sumerians on keeping records, and that was part and parcel to why they were putting together a vast library of documentation. I would think that they would have left some type of textual references to a people who existed further down towards, I guess, if you look on the map, depending on which direction, that that gave the people of Uruk the ability to write, or at least uh, influence their ability to develop the pictorial or Proto-Sumerian form. Even though that's a murky area in Assyriology, because there's very little amount of documentation that's satisfactory for translation. But
I don't.
with
Can
all
I
the
ask you to date that? Can I ask you to date that tablet?
which one? This one?
Yeah, the one with
Sure.
the yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Let me do some checking on that. Meanwhile, you can go ahead and while I do a background check on that.
No, you're helping them from beating me up. So I appreciate the
Yeah.
breath. Huh?
And too, can I add something too? I remember earlier Unc mentioned no, people be saying the or like how Abraham come from Ur Chaldees. Well, the Chaldeans are 10th and 9th century BC, late Iron Age group. They weren't even around 2,000 years ago in the early Mesopotamia.
No, that's just the city they say it come from. We know it's an anachronism.
Let me find this for.
Yeah, that city wasn't there during Abraham's time. We know that. It's an anachronism.
Yeah, them people, the Chaldu, them they're like they later people that came from like Western, like they came from Levant later on. You know what I'm saying? More recent history.
No, I'm just making the point, but that is the area that they came from, though. And no, it wasn't a city called Chaldea during that time. No, it wasn't. Just like it wasn't camels. But I was just giving a narrative on that.
Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna look over the what she's writing. I'm familiar with some of the argument though in terms of the cognitive revolution. I've never heard any neuroscience in the field connected like kind of like the way you're doing it in terms of that, in terms of an African population influencing.
I think
I've never heard it done like that.
I mean, just to simplify it, you have wavy line and dotted wavy line pottery, right, appearing in the Levant, right? You have that. You have the ancient Egyptians using the dotted wavy lines in their text themselves to describe water.
Do you see the same thing in Samaria, in that area?
Samaria is simply seemingly copying.
Do you see it? The same thing for water, the same symbol.
Yeah, you can look at dotted wavy line pottery inside.
Let me say this. So I'm familiar with your work, Reggie. I would absolutely say this. What we gave the world was the cognitive skills, because Homo sapiens walked out of Africa with those cognitive skills that would allow. We walked out with the genes, the FOXP2 gene that allow you to speak. language, right? But as for writing, I would say that writing just developed independently, and that's okay. Mesoamerica, they had writing. That fucking Nile Valley didn't give Mesoamerica they writing. They actually wrote. They had text. So I'll just leave with that statement, man. Any more questions?
Well, I would counter that again because
So you saying that Mesoamerica got their writing from Egypt?
no, they got it from Africa. They
Oh man, you see, Reggie,
I'm
you
not
set
saying it.
yourself
Helen
up.
Anderson. I'm not saying it. Dr. Helen Anderson is saying it.
Can he go to the
I'm not.
Pacific
No,
part?
Reggie, they didn't know.
Can he go to
Reggie,
that Pacific part where she say that?
hey, I'm gonna give you I can't do it. I'm not gonna argue with Reggie tonight. Sosa, I'm gonna give you the control. I'm not gonna argue with my man Reggie. I can't do it.
Damn.
I ain't argue with you, man.
She seems to be making a lot of claims that are
Yeah, I
sort
don't
of,
want to do it. I don't want to beat Reggie up right now.
Yeah, I
Reggie, get it, Reggie.
gotta look at your work. Like I said,
No, I'm
he
sorry,
got messed up. He got.
Met. She's at the British Museum. Helen Anderson's at the I thought she was at the she might have been at the Met for a while, but she's a curator at the British Museum. She's a curator.
all right, yeah, because like I said, I've read quite a few texts written by different neuroscientists, and they never they haven't made that type of connection that you're making. They all kind of leave them alone on their own independence of their own volition. You know what I'm saying? In terms of them, in terms of that region of Mesopotamia, even in terms of China, America, because they talk about the genesis of writing popping up in a few different locales, and then spreading out, because they talk about how different, writing is not like an easy task. That's why most of it you can draw a parallel, you can see borrowing for it. I think you're more trying to interject influence, and basically saying that because it came in contact, that somehow spark the development of writing.
Wavy line and dotted wavy line pottery, those motifs, right, is a huge jump to be able to create pottery and then to put pot marks on it. That's a huge cognitive jump, and then before that they was doing ostrich eggs, right? So the ostrich eggs are older.
Yeah, ostrich eggs is like what? How much? You're like, because you're jumping from like you're flying like over.
Yeah, because the wavy line art is not even the same art that you find in Mali. The wavy line art was produced
right. I don't. But these are pot marks.
Nilo-Saharan groups. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but these are pot marks. These are ostrich egg marks. These are marks. Marks mean things. They're not necessarily writing, but they mean things, and because they're portable art.
But you got that all over before humans came out of Africa as hunter gatherers. You got what you call proto writing. You know what I'm saying? All over, even a lot of different other writers that didn't become writing systems came out of proto writing. Period. What humans already had.
Those are pot marks. What I'm doing for you is I'm giving you the term that they.
Them pot marks ain't the same marks that you find in Samaria, though. They ain't them same line mark that you find in cuneiform. That's something totally different.
Okay, you're saying something different. So, pot marks, right? When in early cuneiform writing is a form of a shard mark on wet clay that becomes fired, right? And in the beginning of it, in Kish and Elamite, there actually is pictorial, very similar to what is happening in the Nile Valley, not Egypt, in the Nile Valley.
But you talking about totally two different styles of the way they doing it. I mean, they're not even the same style.
You can't prove that to me. How can you prove? What source do you have to say that it's two different styles?
We can look it up right now. Come on.
What we see, it's pictorial. So if it's pictorial, what do you mean? We see barley. I don't have to do this.
You don't see no barley. You don't see no barley on no wavy line art that came out of Nile Valley. They wouldn't even deal with no barley. They had zircon.
Okay. They had their own fauna and flora. there's a difference between the fauna and flora, so they describe things differently. I'm not gonna listen. You could look, write something, right? Write something. We could talk all day. Write something. I'm gonna finish up my writing.
We can just look up the experts to see what's been found and and put the culture together.
Do it. I'm interested.
They write some stuff that's played out, bro.
No, writing is not played out. Writing is permanent. Your thoughts.
You telling me write something that's to prove a point. I'm just saying we just prove a point by just looking up what the experts saying what's been found already.
There's experts disagree. What are you saying? They disagree. Experts agree and disagree. How they do it is they basically do it in writing form, right? So I gave you a source. I'm waiting for your source.
Yeah, because I'm seeing I'm in the British Library right now.
What's your source?
Because they're putting
listen, this is Chuck Morgan's show. I'm gonna mute my goddamn mic.
Reggie, can I ask you a question?
My goddamn mic. All right.
Reggie, can I ask you a question? You identified that.
No, this is Chuck Morgan's show. We'll come back to
you. Reggie, can I ask you a question? You identified that once they established a basic system, it quickly evolved exponentially. Now, isn't that what happens usually when people discover a technology? That it begins very simple and you see a very rapid sort of exponential development once it takes root?
Cedric,
I would say as far as language,
somebody I respect.
Semitic is the language that came out of Africa that came over there. The Semitic Afro-Asiatic branch.
Cedric, once they started using marks, first it was rock art, and then it was once they started doing portable art where you could put something in your pocket or on your cattle, on your mule, and then you're trading, innovations spread quickly based on utility.
Is that the only way a system becomes refined?
No, I don't think it becomes refined when you canonize it, when there's a kingship or a ruler, and they make it. They begin to implement it. But in the course of that, it's when people are simply trading for goods and services, largely for goods in a time period where some resources were scarce, and they made certain jewelry or stones more important than other stones. And so
Brother Reggie,
as I've been learning linguistics over the last couple of weeks, when we're looking to say that there's a morphology or there's a connection, we're supposed to see loaning of either symbols or concept or style. The cuneiform is isolate and not related to anything we see anywhere else. Is that a fact or not?
The writing system is isolate because of the language, but in the beginning, it is pictorial. You can pretty much see what they are saying, what they're trying.
So you see, Reggie, why I asked that question?
Barley and counting other goods.
You're saying the rapid development of a system, and I'm saying if we look at once we discovered silicium and germanium, how the iPhone, how technology became much, much smaller, very, very fast, exponentially. It had to do with understanding or developing a certain piece of technology, and then you see an exponential development of it. Like I'm saying, yes, that's what happened with the language in its isolated form. You're making the claim that rapid development happened through trade and so on. I'm asking, where is the morphology or loaning or link to anything else to establish that claim?
Well, I started with the portable art, right? And then I started talking about the wavy line and dotted wavy line pottery. And so that that finds itself directly in the Levant from Africa, right? Both the pottery and the Levant. Then they create their own factories for their own purposes. And so then that's where you get the rapid, it's utility. It's useful. You can have a vase that you can carry water and water don't leak. I'm gonna use that, and then I'm gonna label it. I may not want to put water in it. I may want to put an oil in it, right? So cultures is going to do things differently. Why? But the fact of the matter is the Genesis culture, if I can call it that, the beginning cultures happen in a particular place in humans. It's like the arrow, it's like it's like the bow and arrow.
The arrow that developed in the Americas has a direct link to the arrow being developed in the Levant.
No.
Hold on. Humans are humaning all over the planet at the same time.
Yeah, because early humans are leaving Africa and coming back into Africa and going deeper into Asia. So look, I gave you a source. Argue with Dr. Helen Anderson. Just argue with her. Don't argue.
That would be. Yeah, she's not the authority, but I get. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Hey,
I'll
do you have
access with these arguments?
Yeah, do you have access to her as where she could, shed some light on her writings? Because from what I'm hearing, is you're deriving your theory on it based on the presentation that she's.
I'm using her model because Reggie's not smart enough I'm not smart enough. I'll be a crazy man. So I'm using the curator of the British Museum to make my mark, just like I went to the Brooklyn Museum and I got the curator's remarks on the Green Sahara. Reggie's not smart enough. Reggie's smart enough to go and get his black ass into some goddamn museums and read some dissertations. That's where good. Reggie's smart enough, right?
All right. Fair enough. So, all right. So fair enough. Based on that, I would be curious as to get her take on it directly. And I'm interested in your presentation on that. But again, for me, I try to keep it as as my my mentor.
You one of the best. Look, I'm not messing with you, boy. I'm not messing with you. Like you my brother. We find ourselves over years combating.
Absolutely.
So look, I'm just giving you my take. If I had said it myself, the Pseudo Killas would have laughed my ass off. But I gave.
My mentor in talk radio was Joe Madison, and he has this catchphrase that I love using. He said, "I like to put it where the ghost can get it."
Yeah.
And that's why I wanted to simplify it as to, all right, specifically, let's pinpoint who are these specific Africans, their nation by name, and the time frame that they made their way into Mesopotamia, that their influence was so significant that elements of it is found in early Uruk, not even Sumerian, because the Sumerians by this time were just new into the region, just like the Akkadians were. Whatever it was, they were able to utilize that. So I'm trying to get down to who these people were, and so that I can pinpoint and do my research.
Let me go to 193. So she has now sometimes put it like this. These are not people leaving Africa all the time. That's one model. Another model is people coming into Africa and then leaving out with trade goods and innovations. So it's not that Africa, a group of settling Africans went through.
They're coming out with trade goods, they're going back and forth. They're coming in.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And
some of them are going for, because some of them might go back into the region. But if you don't, if you go back in with goods, and if you know that, in other words, like there are peoples in between peoples in between peoples. If the people who you're loaning goods to, if they don't adopt it, then the people beyond them don't even get it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but if, for example, the goddamn water pot, nigga got a pot that the water don't leak through, right? That's stable, that can carry water, and I got to get my ass for another 200 miles, and I can take a sip. Yo, people gonna use that, and then if it's marked, yo, then hold up, what are you marking it? What that mark mean? Don't drink that. That's the fucking oil. Drink this. This the fucking water. Look at this mark. Yeah. Yo. And then people got shit on clothing and stuff like that. So
Reggie, where did humans develop the wheel?
I think
froze, right?
In Mesopotamia. I think in Mesopotamia.
And the wheel wasn't developed, and that technology wasn't developed anywhere else on this planet in isolation.
I'm not going to say that.
Yeah, they had it in Americas.
Yeah, but I'm not going to say that. But the better case is.
So now, carrying water in a pot, Reggie, was this technology, did it come out of Africa and spread across the world, or was this technology developed in isolation by humans all over the planet, Reggie?
I told you, because we have the wavy line pottery inside the Levant, right, with the same motives, then it was carried out of Africa into the Levant. I said that.
Reggie, when you're using a hypothesis as if these people could not have developed pottery in isolation, you're going to be met with challenges like I'm saying. Okay, so you're claiming that they did not develop any technology, anything in isolation, and we still can't find a link to how their cuneiform, which was developed in isolation, has any link to any trading, any borrowing, any morphology from anywhere else. That link hasn't been established, Reggie.
Here's the thing. I think it's when I say that wavy line and dotted wavy line pottery leaves Africa, and that's a fact. And so now if you can trace the origins of pottery shards, which we can do, right? And then so the isolation argument goes in the garbage.
Okay, but Reggie, when is the late wavy line pottery develop? When does it leave Africa?
When does it leave Africa?
Yeah, when they go out with the wavy line pottery.
Here's the thing.
Just give me a date real quick. Just give me this.
And do you have an artifact of one that was found like outside of Africa?
Yeah. The period of, I think, the wavy line dotted pottery is somewhere between 9,000, 8,000. 9 to 8,000 BC, and
let's take 8,000. Let's just use 8,000.
It's in the whole Green Sahara.
Right. So let's just use
8,000. Throughout the whole Green Sahara and the settlements in Green Sahara.
Okay, well, let's just use 8,000. Okay. Now, 8,000 BC, that's 4,500 years before we actually get writing.
Mm-hmm. Well, look,
you see the problem with that theory, though. Like, if the wavy line, if the wavy line pottery, if you let's just hear me out. If you're using wavy line pottery, right, as the nucleus, the spark for writing, but the actual writing itself don't begin till 4,500 years after wavy line pottery. You don't find that problematic?
Well, the problem is not me. It's just human. It's just human evolution. Sometimes what we think is writing, what we don't think is writing, is actually. I use the term pot marks. Did you hear me?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't call it writing because they make a distinction between art and writing. So just because there's an art labeling something, that's a little different from writing.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Just like, you know what I mean? Just like you have a symbol for writing.
Let me just share my
Art
screen.
symbolizes abstract thought.
Yeah, there's a little.
Not
They
necessarily
make a
right.
distinction between art and writing.
I'm gonna share my screen, and then I promise I'm gonna get out of here because
No, don't go nowhere. Like we kicking it. We kicking it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna leave. I'm
because
gonna
the
leave
way
Chuck Morgan.
Reggie, you trying to throw shit and run. No, we.
Chuck Morgan.
the wavy line pottery is dated back to like the early Mesolithic, and the dotted is like dated to the late Mesolithic.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I try to give them the early. I try to bring it closer writing, the closer writing as we get it.
Yeah, that's 4,000 plus years. It's hard to make a link.
Because if that was a precursor and it jump started, then you would think that
so here's the
it
map.
would kick off in its genesis thousands of years before it even appeared in the Mesopotamia region.
Yeah, right here, and when we talking about wavy line pottery, we talking about Nilo-Saharan migrations, like really, because that pottery is not even the same. That's not even the same pottery that was found in Mali. That's different, totally different style.
Okay, so let's give me. Okay, so before I share my screen, I'm gonna stop this.
No, go ahead, Reggie, chill out. We friends.
No, we friends.
Reggie, we friends, man. It's love. It's love, man. We kicking it. We
kicking it. Let's kick it. Show
so
me
you, what you want to see? You want to see a source for the Nilo-Saharan?
No, I want to see what you got on the wavy line and dotted pottery and the migration.
No, I'm accepting whatever you present, Reggie. I'm using your theory. So,
no, Chuck.
Whatever you use.
Hey, Chuck, I'm going to sign off, right?
No, don't sign. Don't run, Reggie. Don't do that, Reggie. Don't do that, Reggie.
Chuck, look, I'm just show one thing and I'm going to get out of here.
Brother.
I'm going to just show one thing and I'm going to get out of here.
You're not going to get out of here.
Radiocarbon related to wavy line pottery. It comes from, where did I source this author so you can see the paper. I don't want to call him Dr. Jesse. This is, Jesse E. Early ceramics in the Sahara of the Nile Valley, right? That's the source right here, right? And I'm calling him Dr. Jesse. Early ceramics in the Sahara and the Nile Valley, 2017, right? Mm-hmm. What he says is, and I don't talk for people, I usually quote them, right? Radiocarbon, okay, so here's the map. So this innovation of the wavy line and dotted pottery was something that spread throughout of northeast and west Africa, right? This is their map. This is not Reggie. Mm-hmm. He says this important thing. In Africa, pottery was invented sometime in the 10th millennium BP. The invention took place within a zone that is now the Southern Sahara and the Sahel, but probably near west of the Hogar Mountains, northeast of the Nile Valley. On the other hand, pottery was probably developed more than once under various conditions in different areas. The paper deals with the question where pottery might have arisen in the large area of the Southern Sahara by taking a close look. So then authors Abbas S. Muhammad Ali, and Ankh knows this because this is one of Ankh's sources, right? Mm-hmm. He talks about the hospital sites, two types of the cartoon Mesolithic and cartoon Neolithic hospital and Sanada in Central Sudan were excavated in the 1950s. So out of their work comes the locations of the wavy line pottery and the types that we find throughout Africa in a period that is not in Asia, right? And then he talks about the numerous locations that he saw, which was based on the map that I just actually showed, right? And so this is going on in Africa, and it will leave Africa, and maybe at another point, not today, I will give you the sources in Mesopotamia, but I definitely know that it found its way in Europe, right?
You can't give us a date right now. We got time. Let's give us. You got a date for it
of the wavy line pot of the date of the movement.
Yeah.
Okay. Right now. I don't have an exact date that I want to give you right now. Right. But okay. So I can
Okay,
tell
where
you.
you on pottery out of Africa?
I can tell you that there is a pottery site outside in Europe called the Amalgra pottery, right? The Amalgra pottery in Andalusia, in Spain. It's a isolate culture there, and that you will find the wavy line pottery there. I will.
Let's stay right there. Look at that.
Say what?
Whether or not.
Yeah, stay right there. Let's look at that. Hold on. We'll go. Why you taking off the screen, ready?
Well, because that's my writing. My fucking writing don't count to y'all.
That's your paper.
Then what do you think?
No, it's my writing based on the sources. Okay, let me put it back.
That's your.
No, that's my paper. So what I do is in my
slipped in a little Reggie.
When I do my papers, right, I source. So
okay, yeah. So this is your writing. This is your.
No, this is my writing up until. See, I don't write shit without sourcing. So until quite recently, this is from C.B.F. Walker from his work Reading the Past Cuneiform. Until quite recently, the theory presented in most books on Mesopotamian archaeology was that writing was invented in southern Iraq 3000 BC or slightly earlier, perhaps by a Sumerian living in Europe. Whether or not he was Sumerian is uncertain, since the very earliest texts of all are purely pictographical and without phonetic indications to show which language it is written. The suggestion that he lived in Europe was based on the fact in the earliest writings for writing was found there in about 3000 BC. The city had already enjoyed a long history. Today, the picture looks or rather different. Evidence for early stages of writing in the form of tablets inscribed with numbers only, sometimes also bearing seals or impressions, have been found not only in Europe, but also in Nivinia, Iraq, at Susa, Chogo, Mish, and Kodin Tepe in Western Iran, and at Tel Barak and Haburo Kabira in northern Syria. Most of these can be dated to the later 4th millennium BC.
Damn.
Next two tablets from Tel Barak found in 84 depicted goat and a sheep, each accompanied by the number 10. They're quite as primitive as anything from Europe. If anything, they may have been earlier, since there is a whole of the animal, whereas pictures on the earliest tablets from Europe show only the heads of animals in the east. Wait.
Because they're saying that basically they shortened it up as they got more precise with their writing.
So then, from the same paper, what I did is I looked through his material and I created a chart of the evolution of the based on his. These are his titles: numerical tablets, first signs, proto-cuneiform. So we go to proto-cuneiform.
But that's what I said though. 3,500 when you go up. I said roughly about the same size, and he agrees. Go down a little bit. But the general consensus that it probably appeared at the same time as the earliest late 3,400 BC or slightly.
Right. That's the numerical. Yes.
So that's the same. That's what I said. The same time frame as.
Oh, no. See, now that's the problem, because Gunther Dwyer puts actual writing. This is numerical tablets. Gunther Dwyer puts actual writing in 33, roughly 32 to 3,300 BC, right? And earlier, that's what Gunther Dwyer does. And in writing,
if the numeric happened at the 35, 3,400, then.
Yeah, but that's this shit right here. So when you say numerical tablets, I'm gonna show you what we're talking about, right? Past the tokens, we're gonna get to a tablet.
Keep in mind that you're making reference to the people of Uruk.
Right. Yeah,
not the Sumerians.
Right. So here we have Proto-Elamitic label. Okay, so here's a kind of a donkey. Right? We have a donkey, and we have something very, very similar, like the tablets in Abydos.
Yeah, but that shows that they're establishing labeling. Even though they're not using the wavy line pottery, but they have another way of establishing labeling.
Yeah, I'm just motifs. That's common. That's a common thing.
Yeah, I would think so.
So then, and so
I just saw
where we really want to get to is the Kish tablet, which is 3,500, which is really 3,500, which they say is 3,500 BC, right? So now we can actually say that this is some type of pictorial writing at this time period.
Yeah, it's 3,500 BC.
Right. So now,
I don't get the connection.
He confusing it.
Got a question, Reggie.
Yeah.
Now that's up in the period, the location of Kish, because the various city states been usually and largely unorganized and had independent rulers and systems set up. Do you have any documentation on the by the time let me just put it this way, down in Ur and Eridu, Lagash, where they had already established that writing system and really taking off. Do you find any documentation that mentions the travels of this down into the southern parts of Iraq?
I think that paper. So here's the paper. I think this would I think that this paper would describe it. I was only using this as comparative because I'm going to compare this gibberish to what was happening in the Nile Valley. I'm probably not going to. This was my resource page. I'm debating whether I need to even say it or not, or do it in another paper. But let me get to the paper so that you will. Okay, so here is it. I will put it in the back chat. These two sources. Okay. So I think that would be very helpful to you. Let me just see. Where's the chat? Yeah, here it goes. Okay. So here it goes to everyone. There you go. All right, those are my sources.
Hold on.
Oh, is that, yeah, did it come up? Or
I took a snap of it. Yeah,
wait.
I'll check that source and
so those are, one is in 1987, the other one is 2019. The historical interplay of technology, cognitive, and environment beyond the memory, development, structural, and cultural evolution, right? And you can take a look at that.
I appreciate that.
Now, so that's my soliloquy, because what I am working on is saying, okay, that's what's happening in Mesopotamia. Right, and what is happening?
And when you say Mesopotamia, you got to, because Mesopotamia is a huge place, and there are multiple city states that have their own system established. So I think it pinpointed to a specific location so that it doesn't get confused with just over exaggeration of generals.
You listen. I'm just teasing your area. I know who I'm dealing with. I'm not messing with Mr. Chuck Morgan, boy. I see your work. I see how you bust people's ass. So I'm just threading lightly. I'm threading lightly because you a resource of mine and a friend of mine. So I'm gonna stop sharing.
Absolutely.
Right.
I appreciate you, Reggie.
Me and you, we never ever gonna debate in public. We just gonna chit chat. All right.
Right.
I would like to be part of that chit chat for learning purposes, Reggie. Just for learning purposes. I love to be in an arena where these discussions are happening because it sharpens us intellectually. So I appreciate it. Don't think we don't appreciate it, Reggie. I really do, because it forces us to think, and it's challenging our position and what we believe or understand, and that's a worthy process. So don't ever think.
No, Cedric, you my man. It's just I got to be guarded for the rants. The last time I was on, I was like, Corey is my man, but Corey went off.
Listen, on the Pseudo Killas, we know that every so often We just give the mic to Corey, and Corey does his Corey rap. But what we gotta always take out of what everyone here is saying, we gotta learn to eat the meat off the bones and spit the bones the hell out. So a lot of what Corey is saying is factually right. Sometimes he hits that raw nerve just to make you think about it. Chef does it too. And it's desensitizing us in this community and proving the point that there's no sacred cows. But and you have to be completely unbiased to accept when Corey says, "Get the fuck out of here without bullshit."
Yeah, Reggie, you know, and he knows protocol. Like you got to get, you know what I mean? Like when you know, you know how it is when it's information, like, you know, we ain't friends. When it's information, you know what I'm saying? When, you know what I mean? Then when it's
You're
all
absolutely
over,
right.
then when it's
I don't
all
have
over,
a
it's
problem.
love. But when we in the middle of challenging ideas, you know what I mean? Different things, like, you know how it is. Like, you know what I mean? We just going in like the French, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
we
the
doing
basketball game
battle.
is in play, man. Like, you know,
We doing battle.
it's
We
gonna be
gonna hug
hard
after the
foul.
fight.
It's gonna
We
be
I
gonna
have
hard
hug.
foul.
African scholars. I have African scholars, and they're working through one of them, and they are terribly upset. And you have professors like Dr. Salua, right? Dr. Nasiri. These are colleagues, people who've worked in the Diop school and the Abenga school and the Musa Lam school, and this is making its way. And they're saying, God damn it! In Africa, we have problems of people in Africa who think that they were always born there, that they evolved, that God, they're tribalists, right? And they're against Pan-Africanists. And they're saying, damn, now we have a sense of what's happening in the US. Like they're fighting Africans who, these are not Islamic Africans, these are just Africans. And they're basically like, F the Nile Valley, we never had no contact with them. We was born here, we gonna die here, and they're isolate. And they don't read, they don't study, but they got a lot of shit to say, right? And this is in West Africa and Central Africa. And they're battling those people. And then they come over here and they see this show and they're like, wait, okay, where are the professors? Any professors there? Okay, no professors. Okay, the enthusiasts. Let me just check to see what they read. Have they read African scholars? Have they read Musa Lam? Right? I didn't hear Musa Lam's name. I know that they know Abenga, but did they read all of Abenga's works? It's in French. No, they speak English. They don't. Okay, so
that's unfair, Reggie, because you know we're in the West. Like I'm sure there's a lot of people we read that just haven't even read.
Well, it's not, but it's unfair. The things that we say to them are unfair because we haven't read their work. These are African people on the continent who have multiple languages, customs, right? And
yeah, I mean, I get it in terms of linguistics, but science is science already. Like, shit,
science is science. Now you sounding like Osar now.
I don't sound like no Osar.
Yeah, and they don't because they from Africa and all this. And that. I don't mean that. It's people.
No, Asar believes that ancient Egypt, Kemet is Sumerian. It comes from the same word as Kaduro.
There's people in California that never been to the beach. They don't mean
nothing. Whoa. What was that? What was that?
Oh, you never seen that?
No. I wanted you to say what you just
says
said.
Kemet and the word Kiduro in Assyrian is a cognate of each other.
Yes, it is, because the E is interchangeable with the Y and the K can be replaced by the M. Why? Because I just say so.
Right. And so let me see if I can pull this. Let me pull this. I'm a for Cedric. I mean, no, I'm sorry.
What languages came up with that?
I'm gonna no.
You see, I study computer science, and that's language. So I know that you can replace a O with a 1. And if you do it enough times, you will get the same cognate changes that we see in linguistics. So that's why I'm telling you, you see, you guys don't study this stuff. That's why you sound ignorant. The
Yeah, you don't read
cognitive
enough.
changes are constant. You get the M turning into the K, you get the R becoming a T, and that's how I know this stuff. You what
Sure.
do you study computer? Do you study computer science? You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm gonna pull up the videos.
Yeah.
Where
I know. I think I know what
source
you're talking
says
about.
this, right?
Yeah. That term ki duru, yeah, that goes back to the early Lagash period, and it simply means something that's wet or damp.
Right, but it
And the key,
also
of
is
course,
a poem where a
Kemet is
woman.
wet.
It's a poem where
Nile
a
is
woman.
wet.
Hold on, let her get it there. Because I want to hear the breakdown.
Okay, so let me get this up for you. First I'm gonna stop sharing my screen, and then I'm gonna share it. So give me. Let me stop sharing. I'm not sharing my screen. So let me go and find out where he says it. Give me a second. You're gonna enjoy this shit.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the linguistic stuff, I'm letting that just come in slowly. But I love that. I love that neuroscience stuff. I was just like, it's a bad idea, in concept. When we talk about people are moving out of Africa, and we kind of label them as, we said, the Africans, they spread out. But you gotta understand, like, when they're going out, they're the only people. So it's just humans. Like, ain't nobody else. But it does say, like, the people that's going out.
You know what's funny? If we read,
let him make a point, Seth. I think I was
sorry.
Go ahead, Gullah.
I would say now I think what he getting confused is by you had the migration that went out like 7,000 years ago. Then you had another migration with the Afro-Asiatic speakers that went out into the botanies and all that, around the Neolithic period. I think he getting confused around the two different migrations.
Exactly. And when Reggie is making the point about the African scholars, the PhDs, if we read the work that they got a PhD in, which meant that it was peer reviewed, accepted, challenged, and critiqued, and they got their PhD, doesn't compare to just them having a hypothesis, and because they have a PhD makes that work valid. When we're doing the work we're doing, again, over here, we can simply move from a consensus position. Yes, he has a PhD. He is in a position to challenge whatever the consensus is. But until that consensus has been established, I'm not concerned where the particular scholar came from, because regardless if he's from the continent or not, he will still have to apply the rules that apply to linguistics, as does everybody else. So where he comes from the time he says PhD, it shouldn't be relevant.
Yeah, it don't matter. Just like I said, it's people from California that never been to the beach. It's people from New York that never been to the Empire State Building. That don't mean nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so let me. I think I have it. I think I have part of it. So let me just put it on the screen.
And shout out Wujawa with the Sabre University app. You got a little app for the
app launch party.
Yeah.
Shout out to Wujawa. And shout out to Asa. You have a special interview tonight. After the show, I'm gonna go look at it and see what they're talking about. See if it's any type of alien worship going on tonight in his interview. Shout out to Asa.
Okay. Yeah, right. So if y'all haven't checked Wujawa channel out and shit, he do got the app. So definitely, man, go download the app, man. Support the brother so he can get some, so he can get app support on the Google Play and stuff, man. So we definitely gonna support the brother.
No, I don't want no virus on my phone. I'm good.
Oh shit!
Gotcha.
Okay.
Shout out Wujawa. Go ahead, Reggie.
Can I play a little of this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So start right. Let me share my screen. This is what he did in the Diop conference, right? I'll put my face on in a shared screen so Okay, so share screen. Now this is how they get down, right? Can you see screen?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's
Oh
listen
yeah,
to a
he
saw and the
made up a
deal.
quote too on her too with Greenberg. He had lied about a quote on her.
All right, so here we go.
Logic. That's how the ancient Egyptian script is used.
Okay, well, let me just move back.
Can you turn it up a little bit?
Turn your volume all the way up, Reggie.
As much, just like in the Bantu languages. So if I say move into, I'm letting you know that's the singular person. The move is a classifier. If I say ba into, that's the plural classifier. Let you know that the into belongs to the human class. You know, so that makes sense. So in the same logic, that's how the ancient Egyptian script is used. And so this is from a text here to let you know that the N20, this N23 canal is actually a Middle Kingdom innovation. These signs right here, the N20 and N22, these are what they call tongues of land. So just stretches of land. So that was the original determinatives, and then they simplified it and made this. So it's letting you know this irrigated land. There's also a misnomer that Kemet is terminated by a quote unquote feminine T. It is not a feminine T. It's a T.
Oh, you hear it.
And we don't have vowels. So they just assume anything terminated with a T is a so-called feminine T. What I argue is that it is actually another classifier but built into the language, not strictly the script. It lets you know that it is a place, a land, T. And so most most names for places in the ancient Egyptian language they'll be terminated by T or it'll be terminated by W. And are classifiers for land. It lets you know this
Much
space.
better, much better.
That's
so
better.
Storehouse,
Oh, man.
place, storehouse again. The temple, pavilion, festival place. I do comparisons with the Sumerian language, and I can tell you that Sumerian is related to Bantu.
Wait, hold on. Watch this.
Today.
Yeah,
listen to what it says.
That T, temple, pavilion, festival place. I do comparisons with the Sumerian language, and I can tell you that Sumerian is related to Bantu, is related to ancient Egyptian. And so Sumerian is going to help us out today. So that T.
Wait, one more time.
He just said it like it's established.
Established fact.
Wait, listen.
Or be terminated by W. And both of these are classifiers for land that let you know there's a space. So a storehouse, place, storehouse again, the temple, pavilion, festival place. I do comparisons with the Sumerian language, and I can tell you that Sumerian is related to Bantu, is related to ancient Egyptian. And so Sumerian is going to help us out today. So that T suffix corresponds to Sumerian ki prefix. It's the same chi prefix that you'll find in Bantu. So if you hear Santi say chikam for Kemet, because that chi is a prefix for place. And so it's the same thing in Sumerian. And so you can see just a few examples here: kiduru, stool, and there's the prefixes and suffixes for place also double as the abstract, and so that's another topic into itself. What I argue is that the cognate for Kemet in the Sumerian language is kiduru, which means damp ground, irrigable land. And the way that we can demonstrate this is by doing a linguistic analysis. So what we do is we establish sound laws. We match consonant for consonant in each language. So in the Sumerian language, in the first consonant column, you see that it corresponds to K in Egyptian. So I put the correspondences laws, over here.
Can you stop it a second? Can you stop it for real quick? Please stop that real fast.
Hey, Chuck, I'm seeing that too, right, with the black leather?
Yeah. I mean,
you just taught me that one.
Hold up.
Wait.
We have, okay, I see the word for black leather in what they have, key, whatever. This right here.
Yeah.
And we have a term in Sumerian for black leather. In fact, we have it in Babylonian for black leather, and it's a determinative, which is Kush.
Kush
So
in the
it's real
front.
clear.
Right?
In Sumerian, they have the determinative and the word that's specifically used to denote leather.
Right.
So if you're going to use that for that, I mean, it wouldn't be dun. I'm sorry, it wouldn't be
Dalu.
dalu.
So he made a claim, ran with it as if it is established fact, and now is going to do comparative work where he cannot establish a genetic or a morphological link between Bantu and the isolate Sumerian. And now he's running off on this claim.
Hold on. Because Chuck, you just stopped me. Because hey, look, Chuck, when you said stop, because I remember, I'm like, yo, you just stopped me there. I just looked at
this dude talking about.
Because I'm thinking, like, man, why would you use that? And then there's a word for black, because that's the first thing I thought. I'm like, that's weird. Yeah.
Because if black leather is already established here, then the correspondence being Sumerian, then there will be a word gig, which would be a black, will be in reference to black, or a gigi dalu.
Right.
And then the correspondence don't even look alike. Like usually when you see correspondence and way comparison, the words all look similar, different, same sounds and all that. They don't even have same sounds. He jumped from Dalu to Kim. Like, what kind of shit is that?
Duru, Kiduru, wetland.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and the key thing is too, he in Chicam he got black leather, and in Sumerian he got leather object. Like, wouldn't you not account for the black leather and then find the black leather with the black leather, or leather object with leather object, right?
How do I get out of here?
All right, so let's finish this, right?
The second consonant in Sumerian, either N, L, or R, these sounds interchange within Sumerian. So these are dialectical, but they're virtually the same. And I have a paper, and I give a course.
Yeah, sure.
He has a paper. He has a course. He has a paper.
Yeah, of course. Dozens
of more examples to establish the fact. But you see that it corresponds to the M in Egyptian. And so this is how we set it. We set it up. We know that it's regular and that they correspond. So we know there's a relationship between the two languages. And so I argue that the Kim in Kemet is really...
You do realize that he said that Kiduru was diseased, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he said Kiduru.
You did catch that. Early on, if you look at the slides
I'll come
prior,
back.
he mentions that Kiduru being a disease.
Okay, let's go back.
Kiduru is a disease, but it
you didn't catch that?
damp wetland.
Go before that. Right there,
Right
a disease.
Right
there.
Damn, you got their eyes good.
Is it disease? Is it a disease land that's wet? I'm baffled by that one.
Okay, so
Kiduru, a disease.
So how is Kiduru? If Kiduru is a disease, which makes sense because it's just a one word disease, how does that equate to wet, arid land?
Well, I'm gonna give you after this. I'm gonna give you when I was debating him. I'm gonna give you something.
So in the Sumerian language, in the first consonant column, you see that it corresponds to K in Egyptian. So I put the correspondences laws, over here on the far end. And where you see like the second consonant in Sumerian, either N, L, or R, these sounds interchange within Sumerian. So they're virtually, these are dialectical, but they're virtually the same.
Where did he get that from?
I have a paper, and I give, of course, dozens of more examples to establish the fact. But you see that it corresponds to the M in Egyptian. And so this is how we set it. We set it up. We know that it's regular and that they correspond. So we know there's a relationship between the two languages. And so I argue that the Kim in Kemet is really to be interpreted in the same way that Sumerian is a wet, irrigated, damp, fresh. And then Kemet,
you know how many words there are for
the
wet
suffix,
in Sumerian?
It becomes, saying the place a damp ground.
I'm listening.
There's several terms that's used in Sumerian. There's an old list. I know where he's getting this from, and like I was saying earlier, if you go back and check the time frame where this is documented as to where these terms were used, you can put it in a particular location and time frame. So then that brings in the question of how did this whatever, I don't know who is he saying that was in Sumer that brought in. This is where I'm not getting the whole picture.
Wait, sorry.
If
Well, no, he's the expert. So you just have to you just definitely sorry you're not familiar with what happens here. You have to just agree with him, right? You just have to agree with him. But so let's hear him out. Right? He's worthy to hear out, right?
So I see here clearly, Kiduru, Kidury means damp ground, irritable or arable land. Okay.
The word, yeah. The word duru is for wet. That's what that is. Ki is a determinative that's used to determine land, region, planet, whatever. So that determinative there, ki, is what is usually used to. That's just one of the terms that's used for land. That's not the only one because there are several.
Okay, so let's just finish.
An irrigable land. It makes sense, especially when you know that there's other chems in the language. So there's a chemu, seeds or fruit from the chem plant, and then chemit, grain or plant, because it has to deal with agricultural space. And not doing the same method, I can go into Chiluba, we'll see that the K's correspond, and then the ND and the M's correspond between the languages. So when you say Kanda in Bantu, you're saying cognates with Kemet. And so to Kemet, the country, in Chiluba would be Chiankanda. What I've shown in my paper is that there's Kemet all across Africa, and none of them have to do with the color of the people's skin or the color of the land. It has to correspond with a type of land or water. And so this is just a small example of all the kandas that you will find like in Central and West Africa. It is one of those representative words that are cognate for Kemet. But you'll find Kama, and even the word Congo itself is cognate with Kemet. So when you say Uganda, Uganda is a Bantu variant of saying the word Kemet. It's also, one of my tests is that if it's going to be representative for land, I'll also find examples for water and rivers. And that's exactly what you find here, is Kanda, Okanda, Kanda, all streams and rivers in Africa. And so you're seeing that the languages are matching the determinatives that we saw in the actual hieroglyphs in terms of irrigated land and water channels. And so the Herero language for their word Oinganda,
okay, I'll stop right there.
I think has the best.
So I'll stop right there. Okay, so let me just stop sharing my screen for a second. Okay, so what do you think? See, when we was listening to this, we had no one, Chuck, that knew anything about the Sumerian language. No one, right? So all you can just do is kind of like accept it. But what he did was he actually did the Afro-Asiatic, Christopher Ehret, so he finds a cognate in Sumerian, a cognate in Egypt, and he makes it how can I say that he makes it cognates. And so Christopher Ehret, he uses that to prove his Afro-Asiatic point, right?
Right. Okay.
And Asar does Kadiro, and you see, yeah. Hello?
Can I share my screen?
Yeah.
Let me go to this. All right. Okay. Let me start here. How do I get y'all off the screen? Shit.
How do
It's
we
in my
get us
way.
off? The host has to get you off. The host has to
Okay.
do that.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I know how to do it. I know how to do it. All right. There you go. So, an example of cherry picking. What I do? Okay. Can you hear me? All right. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we can
Okay.
hear you loud and clear. We can see the screen.
All
Yeah.
right. No, because I'm seeing something on my screen that says your default microphone has changed. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Boy. All right. So I have been seeing this thing because some stuff that I saw on Facebook some time back. Okay. So I see where we got Egyptian, Remit, man, Coptic, Rome, man, Chiluba, man, Mulum, whatever. And then we get down to this word that's supposed to be Sumerian. You have Urum, male, right? All right. Now I put in red the consonants here. Okay. So I'm basing it on what I put it in red. So this is coming from this person's chart. Um, okay. So the word Harold uses or chose Urum, aside from being one of several words for male or man, this word becomes problematic because it's from the Neo-Assyrian period in the province of Nineveh, referred to as a youthful male, and it's not Sumerian. In fact, it literally tells you that it's from the new. If you, this is where it's coming from. This is from the electronic Pennsylvania Sumerian Dictionary. Okay, and what does it show you? One time, Neo-Assyrian, written Utu Rum. And because that cuneiform sign has another cuneiform sign within it in these Diri compounds, it becomes Sagshin. Okay? This is Neo-Assyrian. This is not Sumerian. So maybe that term is cognate with something from Neo-Assyria, but this is not Sumerian. Okay, so there are other words in the Sumerian language for male. Here we have them right here. So you have so you got Lu, which is the most used term that's in Sumerian literature for human being a male, which is Lu, and you have Nita, which is a male, Bu'ud, Bu'ud bar, which is an impure male, and Nurush, which is a young male. So my point in putting that little piece in was that this term that's used here for male, this is just not Sumerian. I think that because it's in that dictionary, that based on that name of the dictionary, that every word is Sumerian, and it's not. In fact, the people who put that thing together and the years that it took to put it together, they make it clear to you because it's in Mesopotamian literature. It's necessary to address, and therefore they give you the time. Male, as Neo-Assyrian. Mr. Hotep concocts a chart claiming a two-consonant paradigm between Proto-Bantu, Sumerian, and Kuntikam, Egyptian. What I found with the use of cognates is nothing more than mass comparative linguistics and not the historical comparative method. Once you've fact checked these Sumerian words, often they're not even Sumerian or they're from later periods after the Akkadian and or Gutian rule attested to the Renaissance period of Lagash. So I just did this in my own time, just going over stuff because I had time. First, he chooses the word shar, clothed designation, which he says is cognate with a Proto-Bantu word. Now I can't pronounce that. Okay. Now, like Urum, The two demonstrate a poor working knowledge of the Sumerian language. Shar attested in the second dynastic period of Lagash, there's the date, which was after the Akkadian rule of Sumer. This period started under Lugal Ushmugal. That being the case, rhetorically, where the ruling class of the Neo-Assyrian period, Africans, because these words are coming out of the Neo-Assyrian, Neo-Sumerian period. So please help me. I want to know. I'm trying to process this thing on how are they trying to say that these African words supposedly are found in the Sumerian language. Are they saying that the ancient Sumerians were Africans, or that the ancient Africans occupied Sumer at the Renaissance period? Because we don't find attestations of these terms prior to the Renaissance period. Okay, so let me show you something here. Okay, so Shakha, early dynastic 3A, which was before the use of shar. That being the case, it's clear that this word shar was used, designation of cloth, as opposed to the word for cloth, garment, from an earlier period of Sumer. This is a false cognate. Then there's shu, yet another word he snagged from the online Sumerian dictionary, the electronic Pennsylvania Sumerian dictionary. There's their logo. The EPSD2 is an updated follow-up to the EPSD website by the same team of Assyriologists from the University of Pennsylvania under the direction of Steve Tenney and Philip Jones. Now, shu has been updated and is currently has an unknown origin and thought to be attested to the early dynastic 3B period of Nirsut. There was no textual reference nor any other information, possibly because it was misinterpreted. And the updated website has removed the word altogether, with no more information and a wider variety of words for basket based on discoveries. And the earliest use of the word for basket can be traced to the early dynastic 3B period and or 3 periods, where the word ba'andu, seeding basket of a plow, which you see that sometimes people have that image of the guy with the wings holding like a cone and he got a little basket, like a little pocketbook. Yeah, that's where they're getting that from. And so he says that, well, he may not have known about that. I don't know. I don't know where he's getting his Sumerian sources from, because I tried to check as many of these words as I could, and I'm finding a whole bunch of stuff that just didn't seem to pan out historically. Next is the use of the Sumerian determinative tung, used to classify any number of textile garments. Okay, so you got gadala, because this determinative is not pronounced. So you got gadala, meaning a fabric. Okay, it's not pronounced. And it's used in literature to the following word is identifying a fabric. So the earliest citation and uses of this word for fabric, bardul, can be found in a text from the archaic period of Sumer and the ED3A period of 2600 2500 BC. So, this is, like I said, I'm talking to myself, that I asked rhetorically, where were the Sumerians of this period? Were they Africans? Because the largest corpus of Sumerian words sprung up during the post-Akkadian and Gutian periods. Next, we got the use of the Proto-Bantu tangu, meaning house, ground. Then you got sig, which is place, zig, town, center. Now, to be clear, there are 50 different words in Sumerian for a place. In this case, it's the verb sig, which is the ninth one, sig, and is used as a meaning to place something, to put it in a particular location or a locale, and not as a town center, which is zig, which they have here as zig. Now, Nowhere in the description of Sig is there mentioning of a town or a center. It would be deception or ignorance or of the Sumerian language to equate Sig, a verb, to a place with ki, land, ground, or place. And this is even found in the EPSD website where this stuff is coming from. Because if you look at Sig, you see place, right? Now look, listen, Old Akkadian, Lagash, this is where the words moved on. Early in Old Babylonian. And look at this, written, Sig 9, Sig 10, Sig, to place something somewhere. The definition can also be found in the Akkadian, Shakanu, to place in, to set in place, to erect, to place, to put, to install. Why he chose a word that clearly does not mean a place as in like the other word for place, and it's meaning like, hey, I'm gonna put this over here. I'm gonna put this over there. I don't know. So in the chart, he equated Sig with Zig as if they shared the same definition, and they don't. Zig is an entirely separate word. Words like key and zig would share the same definition, meaning a place, a town. However, Sig and Nar share the same definition: to place, to put in a position, to lay upon, to place on, put on, to encrust, mount. Refer to the electronic Pennsylvania Sumerian Dictionary 2. Clearly something is wrong with that. Anyway, I got a whole thing on this stuff, and like I put it up here.
No, you don't know the difference between a verb and an adjective. Come on, that's oh man, place and to place. Area versus an action, and that's the no. Oh,
I'm gonna show you what I did in ASCAC.
Right? Come on, we can't spend laughs, but it's getting late. I don't want to spend
did you just?
I gotta show you this one thing I did in ASCAC.
Come on, Reggie. Go on, Reggie.
So no, look, I just gotta.
How long is it?
Oh, you sound like now. It's real quick. So in ASCAC, I took them on with Kaduro, right? So I had my little 15, 20 minutes in ASCAC, right? So I did what Chuck did, right? I go to Lagash, right? Because he wants to use Kaduro in Lagash, right? So I do it out and I say what it means. I don't know why is it. What it means in Lagash, right? Okay, so it's dampness and damp ground, right? So then I go and get a text. I actually go get a text where the shit is used. And I did this in front of African people, right? So here's Kaduro on the bottom, right? And this is the stuff that I just pretty much showed, Kaduro. And so I go and get a text. And here's the text. He says Kaduro is a cognitive kemet. Well, I'm gonna show you what the cognate is. Here's the poem where it derives from. Do not dig a canal. Let me be your canal. Do not plow a field. Let me be your field. Farmer, do not search for a wet place. That's the vagina. My precious sweet, let this be your wet place. Right? The anus. So Kaduro is basically plowing the fields. So in this text, this goddess offers the man the vagina, and then he says, no, here, take this one and plow it. So it says over here, okay, Rebuto names damp ground, irritable land, wet spots. Also agree it means a part of land that has been conveniently inundated before plowing can take place. In the specific context of Ian Nana, right? Already know the function and expression of the vagina. A common there's a manifest intentionally in both Inanna H and Ni in 602, insisting the notion of humidity, which seems to hint at welcoming genitals and sexual fluids. Besides the fact that Kadura allows alludes to a field ready to be plowed, reinforces semantic association between plowing the field and having sexual intercourse that has been so forth. But he offers, do not dig a canal. This Kaduro over here, right? Do not dig a plow field. Let me be your field. Farmer, do not search for a wet place. My precious sweet, let this be your wet place. There you go. So that's your Kaduro and your Kemet. So thank you very much for your time. I just had to clown. So he's using a word in Lagash. He's calling it Sumerian, right? And that word is a cognitive Kemet. So pussy is a cognitive of Kaduro.
Oh my God. And Reggie, speaking Papiamento, which is a dialect from West Africa, Ghana, which was brought in because of the Portuguese. Duro means hard. Kiduro means hard thing. So a wet pussy and a hard thing, I think they're cognizant.
They're cognizant. That's line them up. It's regular. The cell correspondence match.
Look,
I have a forthcoming. Hey, Cedric, forthcoming paper on it.
But listen. Let's let everybody close out, man. We've been rocking for a while.
Yeah, I gotta go.
I want to thank everybody for coming through. Chuck, you want to close out for us?
I appreciate it, Reggie. I appreciate you. I really enjoyed it. I mean, I really like how y'all do things. It's pretty good. I hope to come back again and kick it with y'all on different topics, or even this topic itself. It's really good. I enjoyed it.
For sure, man. I learned a lot myself in front.
It's been a pleasure learning from you, Chuck.
Brother, I'm just trying to share my little bit of research, man.
I really appreciate
just sharing a little bit. Thank you, brother.
Chuck, you my main man. Yo, that shirt that you got is fire, yo. In the Pseudo community, boy, you can make $1 million on that shit. Yo, get that shit out, huh?
I kind of do little things around here. I got my cool disco dance shirt. One of my brother from DC. I do a little t-shirt thing too.
Just do it.
Shout out to Mr. Morpheus. I didn't call him on his show because I ain't know. I ain't know, so he gonna have to reach the replays. But I'm sure he gonna give you greetings after he watched this.
Yeah, let me talk to Morpheus. Tell Morpheus to call me because we need to talk about some stuff. Because I got some news. He been sending me a lot of good stuff, and I'm gonna talk to him about that. So if he can hear, because I can't text him right now, just give me a call when you can.
Damn. All right. I don't have nothing to say. Peace.
Yeah, thank everybody. Thank everybody for coming out, man. Catch us. I think Bobby Bangum might go. Might do something Sunday. So, man, peace and good night.
Solid.
Man, I guess brothers, I guess the pseudo killers fell asleep while the YouTube still going. That's cold blooded. Chef Fernell, he's still out, homie. But anyway, let me look at the chat. The controls is definitely pseudo right now. Whoever's yeah, the controls is definitely pseudo. Donnie Williams. Mike Koyo. What up, homie? It says genetically you guys are similar, but overall y'all do not function the same. I wonder what the end of the conversation, where the end of the conversation went last night. Nubian priest. You know they got they got into Egypt a little bit. Pan African. Asar is out of control. Out of control. Yeah, Chef and got the controls. I'm not the host. The brother Sheffrin is the host. So let me see something here. We might continue on with the show for a minute. Give me a second. Let's look at something. Oh yeah. What Unc doing on Facebook? He wanted me to log in on Facebook. Well, I got a Audible suggested me a course, a great course. This course is called Evidence for Modern Physics. How we know what we know.